Greetings, dear chess fans. We are going live to you from the beautiful Biel, Vienna, in the heart of Switzerland. It is where the biggest and the most prestigious Swiss chess festival is taking place, 59th International Biel Chess Festival. And in the heart of the festival, which has 15 events, is a Grandmaster Triathlon with Generations Challenge and Master Tournaments. We are going to be your hosts. My name is Angelika Valkova, and I'm happy to be joined by Grandmaster Arthur Snakeshans. Today is round 2 of the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We already had the battle started yesterday, the classical of this final, very important stage. Today we'll have round 2. Arthur, what do you think? Will we see the shifts in the leaderboard?
I hope so, Angelica, and of course welcome everybody, because I felt that yesterday was a slower day. This is typically what happens. You have an excitement, then you have a slower day, another excitement, another slower day. So I hope that it's going to be some wild games here. Only 3 games to follow, but we are entering the critical phase where maybe we might already be crowning the winner in one group or both groups. So a big day ahead of us.
Really big day, and let's pull up the standings, because this is very important to know how many points can someone score to take over. As we see in the both groups, in the Masters and Generations Challenge, there is a leader. For example, in Generations Challenge, Václav Finek having 29.5 points. Behind him with the 4.5 points is Xiao Dong, who hasn't played a game yesterday. It means he will play 2 games in the remaining rounds. And Marco Materio is 24.5 points, who cannot reach the first place anymore. So today is a huge chance for Xiao Dong to score, because Václav Finek is not playing today's round. What about Masters, Arthur?
Yeah, in the Masters, you see here, Rodian has a very, very solid lead, a 4-point lead ahead of Aydin Soleimanli. But again, that's the amount of points you get in the classical format. Erdomos, Limle, they're even further behind, so it's going to be really tough for them to catch up. So I suppose we're going to get a lot of answers delivered today. So let's check the pairings for this critical round. As you can see, Soleimanli is going to take on Limle, and Erdomos is going to face Levon Aronian. Of course, for the white color, typically it's a great opportunity to try to score. By the way, for Aronian, this is the second game in a row with the black color. Yesterday, he held his position without too much effort, but today, I feel it's going to be a big test.
It's going to be a huge test against Yezer Dokmush. We know he's prepared always so well. By the way, 26.5 points for Levon Aronian. We can see that Aydin Soleimanli is 4 points behind. In case Levon wins today and Aydin doesn't win, Levon will for sure get the first place. So it's very important for Aydin, for Limle, for everyone who wants to catch up to score today. And of course, for to win against Levon Aronian. By the way, in Generations Challenge, we have one match today, Xiao Dong against Marco Materia. The leader of the tournament, Václav Finek, is resting today, having a bye because 3 of them are remaining. In case Marco Materia wins against Xiao Dong today, there will be no chance for Chinese Grandmaster to get the first place. So one more time, super important match for Xiao Dong to at least hold to a draw, so tomorrow everything will be decided.
Yeah, so that's why we're saying there's a big day ahead of us, and there's a classical time control. Once again, it's 2 hours for 40 moves, no increment, and only after move 40 they are getting extra 30 minutes plus 30 seconds per main move. Here you see the playing venue. There is the one of the main tournaments running in the parallel, which is the Masters Open Tournament, or also known as, for the short term, MTO. In total, 15 events are hosted under the roof of Biel Congress Center.
Yeah, and also this week the Total Chess Open has started, where also some of our team members are participating, starting in the early morning. And then we also have the Wix tournament started this week, and now ATO, MTO, so many events. As we can see, the players are slowly gathering there. There are even like some photo shoots, as we can see there, happening on the stage. By the way, very beautiful banners, very beautiful stage we have this year. Every year trying to improve, approaching the 60th anniversary.
Yeah, which is going to happen next year. So a big event, anniversary happening the next year. Here we see the players are slowly gathering. By the way, it's a common sight, I think, in both tournaments, in the Masters and Generations Challenge. The players are arriving at the last minute. I don't think we even had a single case when somebody was late for the round. At least I don't recall. Like somehow they're always there precisely on time.
I know why actually, because they live not so far away. They're staying in the hotel, which is literally like half a minute by foot, I think. So we are in the center of Biel, ultimately in a perfect location, and the players are just arriving here. And as we can see, some media is making photo. Also in the top, you can see the screen where the slideshow from the top of the photos is being shown on the left, as well as on the right, as we can see now. And in the middle, there are standings. I can see, by the way, myself on the right at the opening ceremony.
Yeah, indeed. So we have 1 minute and 20 seconds. Here is Aydin getting ready for his game against Limle. He has actually against him very good score here in Biel. I checked the previous results. I didn't really realize he has made in the last 4 games against the Vietnamese Grandmaster 3.5 points out of 4 here in Biel. Yeah, so he defeated him in the classical last round 5 of the first round robin tournament. He also won in the rapid with the London. And then in the Blitz, he was better with 1.5 against half a point. So it's quite unusual, to be honest, because, I mean, I always thought that Limle is like a specialist of the Biel Chess Festival here, having won the event 3 times. And yet somehow the Azerbaijani player has found the key to unlock his defenses. And
for Limle, as we remember in the previous encounter that they had, which was basically the 5th round of the classical portion, it was Limle who blundered with the white pieces. I mean, do you remember? I mean, this heartbreak.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so what just happened there? Yeah, so there's going to be a first move. That's by Peter Blommenbust.
Peter Blommenbust is the president of the Biel Chess Festival, playing 1d4.
All right, and there's going to be a response move. Is it d4, d7, d5?
d7, d5 is being played on the board. Let's see if we're going to have it. I'm not sure that we're going to have exactly this move order on the move 1. We know, I mean, the players have been very, very tricky. They're starting with different move orders, like sometimes a knight f3 or c4, then getting into this d4 openings, but not immediately. And here we have the main battle in the Generations Challenge, Xiao Tong against Marco Materia. For Xiao, with white pieces, is a big chance to score today 4 points.
And here's Levon, again, dressed differently this time. He is one of the most fashionable players here in Biel, maybe not only in Biel, in all over the world. He has a really good taste when it comes to wearing colorful clothes. Here's the overview of the stage. The games are about to start, and we'll be given a green light.
Handshake happened, and we see also games started in the MTO, ETO. By the way, Yaz is wearing light, playing white pieces. Levon is wearing all dark, playing black pieces. So we have fashion match here, and we do have d4, d5, but only on this board. Okay,
yeah, so we're going to see what's going to happen here. There's a bit of a change in strategy for Domosh, because they definitely already played here a number of games here in Biel, but in the rapid, where Domosh was playing with the white color, he opted for e4. And in that game, we got like invitation to play the 4 knights variation, which turned out to be the Pirt's defense, which is one of the favorite setups for the Armenian Super Grandmaster. And I don't know if this was the reason for avoiding this favorite line of Aronian, but here we see something else, some sort of a Slaven f3.
Oh my god, I mean, something interesting is happening. Oh, and Aronian blitzing out h5. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What very interesting opening. First surprising with f3, now h5. Of course, it makes a lot of sense to stop g4, but blitzing out such a move?
I don't even immediately recognize what is this, because typically I think that a white plays knight c3, knight f3 with queen b3 against the Slav. That's one of the downsides of having the Let's Go bishop being developed to f5, and the pawn on b7 is under attack, but f3 was played so quickly, and what really amazed me was the response, the speed of Levon, also playing very quickly h5, and look at this, I mean, they're almost like, looks like a question mark, what is h5?
And Levon is away from the board. He's just letting Yaz know, well, you prepared against me, but I prepared even better with this opening. Well, so many surprises, and that's why we love this final stage, because we know the players are getting very prepared surprising us with the opening. And as we were mentioning, in the Masters, we're having generation challenge, so to say, because Yezer Dogmush with white pieces is challenging Levon. And well, Levon doesn't let us down with the h5 move.
Well, I gotta confess, I've never seen this particular setup in my life. Definitely h5 is quite a common idea to slow down some g4 stuff, and I think we're gonna now break down move by move what is happening there, but this position is something fresh, and I'm very, very excited, to be honest, about this, because this means that the players are ready to fight. Let's go from move one and see what happened.
And Levon is back at the board with his favorite tea. So let's start from the move one, Arthur, as you're saying, because now I think, yes, we'll spend quite some time. So we have a Slav defense, which has been pretty popular in Levon's games so far in the tournament. It was also played yesterday. He played Slav against Limle.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense for good players. They are very often they're arriving to a tournament, and specifically for this tournament, they're going to play, let's say, the Slav defense. For the next tournament, they're going to play the Queen's Gambit decline. For the next tournament, they're going to play, let's say, the King's in defense. It's very common that they prepare some stuff and then they stick to it. So all of this is pretty standard. White wants to fight for the center, maybe hint at e4. D-Rex on c4 is definitely an opportunity. Black could do that. Levon declined. Knight f6, e3.
Yeah, not developing the bishop. That's very interesting. Yeah? Immediately stopping the bishop being developed, but at the same time, you're opening opportunity to take on c4 in case black takes it.
Yeah, it's a move, because, I mean, normally I think white does play knight f3 here, or there's also this popularity lately to play the exchange Slav, which we, by the way, saw Aronian play against Limle in the rapid game here. But all right, so e3 was played, bishop f5. So the main line here, one of the main lines here, let me show you maybe a very, very similar line so that we're going to try to understand what's happening here. There's this line in the Slav where white plays knight f3, knight f6, and e3. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same, except instead of the knight on c3, there's a knight on f3. And here, black plays bishop f5. That's what happens. White typically plays knight c3. Black closes the center with e6. And now we have this idea to get the bishop pair. Knight h4, bishop e4, f3, bishop g6. I think one of the games here we already had that. Immediately, I cannot recall, but I think it was from somebody from the Masters. I might be mistaken. But we had this line here in Biel.
Was it Levon against Liam in some rapid game, or?
No, that was the exchange.
Oh, Jose against Jose, maybe. Or
it
Matthias,
could be.
yeah.
I don't remember. We had so many games here.
Yeah, so many games.
So many games. So this is kind of the same. And white can play knight f3 and transpose, right? But he played f3. And this is something new, because I think he's kind of toying with these ideas, as you mentioned, Angelika, to play g4, because the g4 idea, it is very common in the Jabava London. So let's go back here to the starting position. Let's say black will play either d5 or knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop f4. Let's say black plays c6, e3, bishop f5. There is this idea to play f3. f3, g4, h4, knight g2, knight f4. They do play like this. It's just I have never quite seen it
Without the bishop on f4.
Yeah, in this position.
So I pulled up the statistics in which games this f3 was played, and the main move, I mean, is you're mentioning also cg5, knight f3, I mean, even queen b3. f3, it has been played in 34 games out of around 1,200. So, yeah, quite a little percentage, but there have been some games played, for example, by Parham Maksudlu, was using it quite often, as well as, I mean, for black it was Pentala Harikrishna who he faced. And h5 move was even less games, only in the 10 games h5 was played. And was played by Pentala Harikrishna against Parham Maksudlu. This is a top game that I can find, as well as Jordan Van Forest against Parham Maksudlu. So apparently Parham loves to play it a lot.
Yeah, and I think that h5 does make sense, because let's say if black would play it like your typical Slav, I think something like g4, bishop g6, and knight e2 could be an issue. Again, I don't know if this is the right move order. I see the engine doesn't like it. Maybe also h4 is an idea, gain space. You want to play h5, trap the bishop, and if black commits to something like h5, g5, knight e7, 90 to 94. Suddenly, this bishop is feeling a lot of heat. Look at this. Engine actually kind of loves it.
Yes, definitely. So you have to be really careful about it. So for that reason, we see that, and he plays bishop d3. This was also the main move in this position, has been played 6 times. And guess about the predictions of the result. 67% of the game, white won. But of course, it's out of 6 games. Not so much. And many victories for Parham here.
The magical numbers of 6 and 7, yeah?
Yeah,
All right. So,
6-7.
yeah, bishop d3. That's what's played. And I think that their Domish's choice looks very reasonable. He's trying to make black's position look weird with a pawn on h5. Let's say black commits to bishop takes on d3, queen d3, and let's say completes development like e6, knight e2, for example, some normal stuff like bishop e7. I think something like this Domish would love to do. You know, he grabs the center, and now you see your pawn on h5. What's it doing there?
Yeah, that's a big question. What is it doing? But Artus, I suggest for us to pull up the bird's eye view because one of the games have been advanced rapidly in the Masters, and it's Aydin Suleimanli against Limle, where we're already having so many pieces of the board.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. This
So-
looks something very theoretical, right?
Yeah, should be. Some Catalan looking from this bishop on the pawn on g3.
And also Tonshao's game against Marco Materia. This is one of the topical lines of the Sicilian Sveshnikov. We definitely are going to talk about it. Personally, I'm very happy, Angelika, that we have at least one Sveshnikov game because I don't think they played any before. I mean, so far in this edition, d4 pretty much dominated. We had some Sicilians. We had a couple of French defenses, but not Sicilian Sveshnikov.
Yeah, and also I think with players like Alexandra and Carissa being eliminated, d4 became less popular in the event. Before in the classical we had all kind of things, but yeah, you're right, d4 is completely dominating. So let's pick at this game, Aydin Suleimanli against Limle in the left, and see from where have they been coming here, but I suspect it should be Catalan.
Currently, White has an extra pawn. If my GM calculation is correct, then White is having an extra pawn and obstacle a bishop. I suspect that this line has a drawish reputation because it looks awfully familiar to me. And I definitely have seen it at the highest level, like maybe it was Hikaru Nakamura drawing with somebody lately. I would have to recall, but looks very, very familiar. So let's step back a bit. Yeah, I think it was, you're right, I think it was some sort of a Catalan.
Let's go back and check it, what happened.
All right, so d4. By the way, as I already said, Suleimanli is doing really well against the 3-time winner of Biel Chess Festival, Limle. 3.5 points out of 4 in the previous 4 games that they played here in Biel. In the Chess 960, he did lose. That was their very first encounter here. And in the rapid game, when Suleimanli defeated Limle, he opted for the London system. And this was something I was actually curious if he's going to risk it, because in the rapid, I think London is a great choice. You get an easy plan, and somehow he managed to trick his experienced opponent. But in the classical, I think that the word is that black normally should be able to figure out what to do. So that's why I think for him it makes sense that he decided to play the Queen's Gambit decline.
Yeah, and we see knight f3, knight c3, and h6.
H6.
Oh, this is again my variation.
Yeah.
This is has been played a few times, so the idea bishop g5 is not possible. Probably White also doesn't really want so much to play bishop g5 as he went for g3 at some moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is really reasonable because you no longer want to play bishop f4, you want to play some Catalan and pretty much underline that your last move h6 was maybe not the best for this. And this is for this position. And this is also one of my favorite strategies. So I try to choose some kind of a setup where my opponent's last move feels really inferior. It's like sending me a message, this is possible only because of you. You know, now h6 in the Catalan is not the best move, and he's just playing some classical Catalan where the knight on c3 feels like an extra tempo.
Yeah, and now Limle has to adjust with that and playing bishop e7 now, castle. And he is capturing on c4, allowing this knight e5, which is very typical maneuver. You're attacking the pawn on c4, you're opening up your bishop. I believe we've had similar position, but with a pawn on a5. Do you remember one of these openings? I think it was one of the game of Levon.
Yeah.
Where knight c6 was played.
No, wait, it was Suleimanli against Terdomos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the game. But this is, by the way, also a very classic idea, except here, typically in the Catalan, the knight is on b1 and the pawn is on h7. And knight e5 very often is met with knight c6. And I find it really interesting that also black decides to take on c4. It's like he allows white to sort of gain a tempo because of knight c3 and h6, but now for white it's sort of harder to recapture the pawn because you see he doesn't have the typical access to queen c2 and queen c4 because the knight is blocking the view for the queen.
Yeah, so black is also using this chance since the knight is already on c3, which is maybe not so preferable for the Catalan. But yeah, knight e5 immediately asking some questions, and knight c6, so going for the similar variation.
Again, it's a very, very standard response from black. And let's say if you wouldn't do this and you didn't know what to do, then I think that black could be in trouble. For example, typically at the club level, sometimes players like to play for symmetrical positions because they think they're doing great. But suddenly here, even though we have a symmetrical pawn structure, black is having some big problems because of this Lasque bishop, and I typically call it the bad Catalan bishop. So white's going to play something like bishop f4, knight e5, and then in the long run, black simply has problems to develop the queen set because look at this. This bishop on g2 is really powerful.
Yeah, it's a beast, and your bishop is always pinned to the pawn, defending the pawn on b7. And for that reason, I think Lim found this idea of playing knight c6. I mean, very typical idea. And now, could white also take with a knight on c6? So could you explain, please, why, or how is it usually taken?
I think both moves are perfectly reasonable. And here, I think the immediate bishop takes on c6 doesn't give anything to white because black plays rook b8, he plays bishop b7, he's about to play c5, and I'm about this particular position not entirely sure. If queen a4 something works here, but I think that black could probably play some sort of a gambit here. For example, how do you play here? Maybe rook b4 takes bishop d7, something like this. Okay, maybe not super accurate, but I could actually check the engine here, you know, so that I don't invent stuff.
Yes, just
Queen.
double check.
Ah, wait, I'm silly. I'm just blundering the pawn. All right.
So it did happen. Bishop takes on a c6.
Yeah, this is pretty standard for these positions. Knight e7, queen e7, queen a4, and typically here black has a choice between c5 and e5. So again, we have a very highly theoretical position where the knight is on b1, pawn is on h7. And you would think that including knight c3 sort of favors white. Again, probably for the engine it doesn't really matter. a5, queen c4, bishop a6, queen c5. Yeah, this is a really forcing line. Takes, knight e5, black is giving up the pawn.
I would like to stop you at this moment. So before knight on d5, I mean, as you were mentioning earlier, you know, you remember, no, it's okay. Before knight d5, yes. So in this position happened, as you're mentioning, you remember Hikaru played it, and he did play it during the candidates against Javohir Sindaro.
The candidates, okay, I thought I saw it.
Yes. Yeah. So, and in this position, he went with a rook f to d8. So basically, till this moment, it was all game Javohir Sindaro against Hikaru Nakamura. Was it one of the last rounds, right, of the candidates? Probably even last round.
Yeah, I don't remember the round, but definitely now that you said it was Hikaru against Sindarov, it definitely rings a bell. Yeah, that's why it was so familiar.
So yeah, and of course, knight d5 was also played in some other games which happened in this variation. But yeah, rook f d8, that's how continued. But maybe they'll transpose at some moment.
It's possible. So the word is that here black is supposed to be fine. And I think that for Suleimanli, it's a nice strategy. Like he wants to test some line. And if it doesn't work, then he has a draw in the pocket. Right now, black is attacking the pawn on e2. So how do you defend? e3, I presume. But I think that black typically plays something like a4, puts the bishop on c4, White's extra pawn doesn't feel. And I think that Aydin wants to go for this longer game and maybe find a way to keep at least one pair of rooks on the board with obstacle bishops and play the game forever. If it's a draw, fine, right? He's fully aware that there is not much for him, but for Limley, it's just about trying to score a draw here.
Yeah, and Arthur's, what is the biggest advantages now for Aydin is that all of it has been prepared before. All of it has been played out in literally like 20 minutes that we have right now. And he has all the time and all the energy to spend, how to try to capitalize on this pawn. Because yesterday, remember the endgame against Yezer Dogmush, he was playing very dangerously. Like he had huge chances to win that one and create advantage. And I think this is what might happen also in this game, because now Aydin has a lot of time. He's not the person who is going to calmly agree on a draw. He's going to fight and try to use this extra pawn advantage. So I expect some really big fight here, even though the position simplified.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just going to be a draw right after the opening, and I don't think Aydin wants that. He definitely wants to ask Black some questions. So how do you continue here? Okay, we talked about e3. There's king f1. How else? I mean, bishop e3 going back doesn't make sense. f3.
So another f3 that we have in today's round. f3, e4.
Wait, just a second. What's happening here?
Wait, cannot you just take the pawn?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's under attack, right?
Yes. Maybe takes and some.
And what?
Rook e1.
No, the pawn is under attack here. You got to defend.
King f2.
Here.
Bishop c4, right?
Yeah, maybe he wants to play for this position, like get the pawn on a4. No, it's just so drawish. Actually, it's now that is a surprise. Maybe he wanted to go for this position, protect the pawn here, and have some pressure. But I mean, come on, yeah, it's so dry here.
But why to give up a pawn so easily?
That is a mystery. So
maybe he didn't like something after e3 line.
You mean here?
Maybe he didn't like something. Maybe he didn't like this a4, bishop c4, as you're mentioning.
How about g5, bishop d6, and g4? I was thinking about this.
Oh.
Fixing the light squares, putting the bishop on e4. Of course, like, there's no problems for white whatsoever. But I'm disappointed, to be honest, about f3. It looks like it's just going to something really drawish, because I don't see here Limley having any issues whatsoever. So how about we just play bishop takes on e2 here? Yeah, hit the pawn, you go here, and bishop a6. So how on earth is Black having some problems here? Because I want to play like d4, d3, rook e2, and maybe this is how the game's actually going to finish. Like here. takes, a4,
yeah, opposite card,
d3,
bishops, yeah.
Whatever, yeah. So I don't know what happened here. Maybe I didn't wanted to check something and he didn't quite really get there. Like maybe he wanted to go for this line. And he was hoping that Limley is going to repeat the line of Hikar against Sindrov or something. And somewhere around here, perhaps he realized that he doesn't have anything. His opponent is still within the prep, and he's like, okay, let's just call it a day, because this does not look very ambitious to me.
But could he even play something like, okay, if not e3 and f3, could he play king f1? And my idea is that to try to defend the pawn with rook c1, rook c2? Or maybe it's too much of pinning.
I don't know. Like.
And then f3, king f2, by the way, is an idea.
Yeah. But even here, I mean, probably Black is like perfectly fine. Let's say again the same idea, g5. Where do you put the bishop? By the way, you need to watch out. Maybe not here. Rook e2. Rook e2 is going to be a bit too much. Yeah. So let's say some sort of a rook e6. Let's say you play rook c1. That's your idea. Rook c2, d4, d3, g4, or maybe not g4, but like you could see maybe he just didn't feel like this is something he wants to test. So yeah, it looks like I could be terribly wrong, but it looks like there's not going to be a big fight here.
Yeah. A bit disappointed with the last move, but what to do? Let's get an overview on the round 2 of the final stage to see what else is happening. We have 2 games of the Masters, 1 game of the Generations Challenge. We see some update in the middle, game of Yes against Levon, so there was already the pawn traded on c4, but would you like to go first to the Generations Challenge, the game we haven't checked yet, and it's one of your favorite variations. I see that you're smiling, Artus, you're so happy.
Yes, I mean, this is declaration of war right here. I think that both players are taking a lot of risks. That's the current position. I already don't recognize what this is because the last move for black, b6, I don't think I have ever seen this move. Again, we're going to go back move by move and try to understand what's happening up here, but essentially this line has been very topical at the highest level since 2018 when Magnus Carlsen played the World Championship match against Fabiano Caruana. This was one of the big topics. Pawn majority at the queen side for white, pawn majority at the king side for black, and there's pawn pushes, etc. Engine says it's equal. Maybe small pressure, some small plus for white, but personally myself, Angelika, I always found that these positions are quite risky for white.
Yeah, it does look so because you're grabbing a lot of space, but it looks like black's pawn structure is looking at the king side. You have pawn on d6, pawn on e5, potentially the march of the pawns on the queen side, and you have to be really ready here with white.
All right, so let's go back.
Let's go. Let's go from our beginning, from the starting position.
Do you play Sicilian Sveshnikov?
I don't play Sicilian.
You should. You should. I think it's one of the greatest openings ever for black. If white plays d4, but there's a problem. The problem is called bishop b5.
Yeah.
Like, I would personally play myself the Sicilian Sveshnikov all the time if there was no Sicilian Rossolimo with bishop b5. And I had the pleasure and the honor to know personally the founder of the variation, Yevgeny Sveshnikov himself, because he was my teammate in the Latvian national team. He was living in Riga for many years. Both of us, we are from the same city. And I knew him really well. And I had this opportunity once to ask him, what do you think about Sicilian Sveshnikov? Like, that's his invention, essentially. And I asked him, what do you think it's the most dangerous line? He said it's the Sicilian Rossolimo, because he does really believe in the line of d4. Yeah, he didn't believe, because now, unfortunately, he's passed away already for a couple of years. But yeah, this was, I think, essentially one of the last greatest inventions, essentially, in chess, which was not really that well looked upon in the 70s, maybe even 80s, because how can you play anti-positional chess like this? I mean, give up the square on d5, and white typically here would play bishop g5, but I think the current reputation for this variation is that bishop g5, black is perfectly fine, and knight e5 right now is the hot continuation, and some of the best players in the world, like Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, they're playing this line with black.
Yeah, and we see it happening here in Biel. I'm very happy we're having such a sharp line and already so many imbalances in position. And what to do here with black? Because now the big threat is knight c7. You want to stop it. Is there the only way to take?
Yeah, you have to. No choice.
No choice.
No choice. Takes it. Here there's a big choice for black. Knight b8 is the main move. Knight e7 is the secondary move. So I think also Magnus in that aforementioned match against Fabi, he tried at least in one game, knight e7.
What's the main idea of knight b8? Because looks you're bringing all the knights backwards.
Yeah, and this is where there's a huge theory. Yeah, it's huge. So it's...
Because it's almost starting position for black, you know? There's just one knight missing on g8.
Yeah, exactly. But now the center is closed. And black is about to play stuff like bishop e7, should castle, f5, f4, go checkmate. You know, an engine says it's 0.3, 0.4 for white, but I find it very difficult for white to play when black is just checkmating you at the king side, right? And white is typically playing stuff like a4, a5, bishop d2, bishop e2. So it's like a common understanding for these positions that the bishops here, they best belong on d2 and e2, not d3 and e3, because in some lines, black is gaining some tempi to drive them away.
Arthurs, and we have, I think, now a start time for our best producer, Big, because he's sharing that instead of knight b8, knight d7 was played in one of his game when he was playing, he was 12 years old, c4, a6, queen a4, bishop d7.
Lovely. Yeah.
This is how he beat 2000 rating when he was 12.
It's amazing. It's such an amazing line, but unfortunately, luck doesn't have to walk in there. I think it's also one of the common traps, like also in the Caracan, we discussed this 94, 96. Yeah, it's a smothered mate here. So you can't do this. I mean, 97, you can do this, but then you have to be a bit more accurate. So knight b8, a4, bishop e7, bishop e2. Yeah, so all of this is very, very trendy, super popular. Short castle, knight e7. And I think that also here, one of the big ideas for black is he kind of doesn't want to push back the knight too early, because if you play early a6, knight a3, and now you play knight e7, white's idea is very quickly try to exploit this hole on b6 that black has. So that's why here black is not playing a6, he's playing knight e7 and b4. This was one of the lines which I don't remember what black was supposed to do.
And let's ask Marco, what did he do?
He played b6.
b6.
Yeah, I already don't recognize this. I think that typically here black will play, was this the line? a6, knight a3, a5? And white will play b takes on a5, knight c4. Maybe this was one of the World Championship games, actually, between Carlsen and Caruana. It looks incredibly familiar to me. It was, yeah?
So it was a6, knight a3, a5, takes, rook takes, knight c4, rook goes back, bishop e3,
yeah,
f5,
yeah,
f5, a5, and
yeah. This was one of the late games, yeah, like game 10, 9, was it? Yeah.
I don't have confirmation,
but
I remember, yes, something like that.
Of the 2018 World Championship match. So yeah, I mean, theory naturally is moving on. b6. Played here by black, and c3. Okay, that's the current position.
So as you're mentioning, I mean, this b6, so far there is no game in the notable games database. So this position already after b6 looks like novelty, but there could be some other games. Of course, we don't have all of them here. And mainly it was a6 that was played, and one game featured f5. So this b6 kind of new and almost no information about it. But as we can see, Dong Xiao is playing with the c3 here in this position. And did he spend some time? It looked like he was surprised already after knight d7.
Well, I am surprised by b6 because like these black's moves are pretty standard. Black can include a6, black can delay a6, all of this makes perfect sense. The only maybe one nuance here I would like to mention is that it makes sense for black to delay a6 because if you do this, again, early, then white can try to fight for this weakness. But if white at some point plays a5, now your a6, he doesn't have access to knight a3 because you dropped the pawn. Which is another very important reason why the bishop stands here on d2 and e2. So white puts the bishop on e2, white puts the bishop on d2. They really well operate on both sides. Somehow there's a4 for a5 happening, and we have a very sharp game. But c3, I don't know, it just protects the pawn on b4 against some a5 future stuff. I don't know, it's too deep for me.
Yeah, very, very deep indeed here. But what could be the b6? I mean, you're saying that you're wondering what an idea is. Let's try to speculate, you know, what usually black wants to do, and why do you think Marco plays this b6? Is there some preparation for a5, a6, a5, maybe in the better version?
You could be actually right. Actually, perhaps that's the idea, that let's say instead of this, in case you play a5, wait, but a6 doesn't work even? Because I understand what you wanted maybe. I play something like b5 or maybe even take the pawn on a5. But I could take on b6. What is this position? Yeah, it's very sharp. I think that black normally is not supposed to touch the queen side.
But what about here playing a6?
Instead of b6?
No, here after c3. A6, knight goes back, and A5. Does it make any difference to the normal line?
I wish I would know. Like, I know that sometimes White is pretty happy here with this anti-positional move b5. Like, maybe not here, but White plays something like knight c4, bishop e3, and Angel loves it, which normally would make no sense, but
It does.
for Engine it does. Yeah, this is really really sharp. So maybe we're going to have an opportunity to ask our special guest here, Alexander Kostanyuk, who's going to join us maybe after the break, because I don't recognize this position really. So maybe there's some fresh developments here, but it looks fun.
Yeah, it does. I suggest to get an overview on the games which are happening right now. Just give some quick assessment before we go on the break.
Okay, so the game on the left is a draw. This is very clear. I think the last move f3 we saw by Yadin played, well, I was not very happy to see this, but I perfectly understand why this happened, because it's been a long tournament. And I think that Suleimanli wanted to test something. It quite didn't work, and f3 just immediately shuts the door. Let's say the game is finished with obstacle bishops. It's just a draw. So the middle board, Erdomosh versus Aronian, that might be a big game. Definitely, it's not going to finish quickly. And of course, Ton Shah versus Marco Materia, Cecilia Sveshnikov never disappoints.
Dear viewers, the opponents' players have just entered the opening phase where the battles are ongoing here at the Biel Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere, because after the break we're going to have the former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostanyuk joining us in the studio. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, Just Fans. We are live from Biel here in Biel Congress Center, following the action of the second round of the final stage of the 59th International Biel Chess Festival Masters and Generations Challenge Tournament. Here you see one game just wrapped up by Suleiman against Lim Le, which was maybe not the most exciting game of the day, but players were pretty happy with the result. This game is done. We have two more games to go, hopefully more action. But what is really important is that here in the studio I have a very special guest, Alexandra Kostanyuk, Grandmaster, also the former world champion. Alexandra, welcome.
Hello, thank you, thank you.
So, yeah, you are unfortunately eliminated from the Generation Challenge tournament. You finished in the 4th place. I don't know, how do you feel about that? Were you like a bit disappointed that you could have been still here playing those 3 classical games, or it's like a relief?
Yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, no, I was quite happy because well, I considered, actually when I agreed to play in this tournament, I was expecting not to have any chess tournaments at all. Like I agreed back in February, I think. And then the minute I agreed to play here, like my tournament schedule started to evolve a lot, because at the beginning of the year I thought that I was not going to have any chess until the Olympiad, which seemed a little bit too much, I mean too long. Because if you don't play for like 8-9 months, then it's very hard to get back to this playing mode. So yeah. I said to myself that it might be a good idea just to have a small warm-up training and 5 classical games. But somehow I didn't realize that I could play more. I always, when I was agreeing to this tournament, I was agreeing to 5 classical games, which seemed to be, to me, just okay for this warm-up purpose. But then I realized that actually I have a danger of playing 3 more classical games, and that was not a part of my plan. And like intentionally or on purpose, I don't know, but I did everything in my power not to qualify. And of course, okay, the younger generation played very well, and so I finished at exactly 12.5 points difference, like exactly, very, precise artwork. And so I kind of fulfilled my goal, and also we have to understand that my tournament schedule expanded drastically, and I am going to play almost non-stop since the beginning of August till the beginning of October, which, like, considering my age, is not that easy, because you really need that energy to perform well. So yeah, so I'm very happy. I'm not very happy with the way I played here, but I think the tournament and all those classical games served its purpose. I got some food for thought and some warm-up, and as I said, yeah, starting from August 10th, I'm going to play in another classical tournament in Cairns Cup in St. Louis, and it's going to be a tough tournament, and there's going to be Global Chess League and the Olympiad, so a lot of games to play. So for the moment, I'm very happy to just be a spectator.
Yeah, so as you said, you were like not maybe very happy with the performance, like you felt you could have played a bit better, but what was your experience about Biel as the city? Have you played here before, or like in Switzerland in general?
Well, I've played, I don't know, I haven't checked, twice, or, well, at least twice in the Open, maybe 3 times. I used to play quite often in Switzerland, because I had the possibility, like from 2009, I think I had the possibility to play for a Swiss national title, and there was always like almost a summer tradition, starting with the Swiss national championship, followed by Biel. It was always like that. I mean, it used to be like this. 2 weeks of Swiss national championship, then 2 weeks of Biel. So I think I did it twice or 3 times in a row, but then like everything started changing. First, I used to represent Russia at that time, and the Swiss Chess Federation, quite understandably, they changed the rules, not allowing people not representing Switzerland in the FIDE rating list to fight for a national title. So it became less motivating for me to play a national championship. And then they kind of collided 2 major events, which is very sad, actually, like the saddest thing ever. But nevertheless, Biel is a very special place because my daughter used to play every year. She used to play in the national Swiss tennis championship for youth under 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 years old. So every July she went to play in Bern, which is very close, and I tried to pass by Biel and play either a rapid or a blitz or a chess 960 event because it's a great festival. It has so many events, and also those tournaments used to have national championship titles. And also it kind of changed, and it makes me sad now that I'm not able to compete in national rapid or blitz championships anymore. So like a lot of changes, but what is very good that despite all these changes, Biel Chess Festival still takes place, and the program is quite big, so you don't have to be here for 2 weeks, which I consider to be a luxury these days, just to dedicate 2 weeks for a chess tournament. But instead, you can pick one or another tournament and pass by, because it's a special, like Biel is a special place. Interzonal tournaments took place here several times, twice, I think. And many like very like strong grandmasters, legends of chess, actually did play in Biel. So it's like, being like passing by this chess history, and that's another reason actually why I agreed to participate this year. And next year the Biel Chess Festival is going to celebrate 60 years anniversary, which is something special. Not like many tournaments can be proud of such a rich chess history, and of course, I feel like by participating, I also support this historical chess event.
Oh, that's really amazing here. I'm very glad that you are here. And all right, I think it's also a good opportunity for us to try to get your expertise, your advice. Maybe we can have a look at some games. Only 2 of them are happening right now because one of the games finished very quickly. So maybe before we really delve into those games to try to understand what's happening, do you think maybe some of the players are tired at this stage?
Well, I would be. Once again, like 2 weeks distance, like the main question is motivation. Why do you need to fight? Okay, some youngsters, they just love playing chess. They play just because they're just starting their career. But if you've already been playing chess for 20, 30, or even more years, then you kind of, your attitude starts getting more pragmatic, and it's more also challenging in terms of energy wise, and you really, if you have a possibility to make a fast draw and, well, there is nothing really big to fight for, then yeah, you can see this approach to make to play it safe and to make a fast draw and then go and prepare for another game. And so it's quite understandable. I mean, I can understand both sides, and grandmasters are, once again, I think they're very pragmatic in terms of motivation. And what is the reason to really fight and to work for 6-7 hours if there is nothing there is not a lot at stake?
Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately we're this way. Usually we're functioning, and that's why we like rapid and blitz and games with faster time control, because they allow us, just to play not for fun, but to play a lot of bright games till the very end, and very fast, several in a day we can play 10 games, and of course there are a lot of things happening. While if you play just one game and you don't want to take a huge risk, yeah, those kind of draws, they're almost unavoidable. In modern chess, considering the progress of modern theory, and in order to avoid such lines, if a player with the black repertoire is prepared well, white really needs to work hard. And sometimes you just either not ready or you don't feel like showing like some really some special novelties in a stage that's not that like important in terms of sport results. Because once again, the Olympiad is coming, many important tournaments are coming also.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally relate about this desire sometimes to make a draw. Also, the chance to play some rapid and blitz. This is also where I am myself right now. Definitely enjoying it a lot. So I totally agree with you there. If we look at the current positions here, this is right now the position of Jezer Domos against Levon Aronian. Maybe question to you, like, do you recognize this particular setup? I was quite surprised, like in the opening phase, the Slav with e3, bishop f5, and f3. This must be
F3,
something
yeah.
really modern, yeah?
Probably, yeah, well, but quite logical, right? To
Very
prepare
logical, yeah.
e4.
Or G4,
And,
yeah.
well, yes, and why not? Nowadays, we do question a lot of common theoretical moves, right? We used to just take them for granted, I can say. We just used to consider that e4, e5 has to be followed by knight f3, for example, right? Or something like. But nowadays, with this strong engine, sometimes indicating moves that we're not so used to, yeah, those kind of f3, h5 moves become more and more frequent. And again, why not? And actually, it's a good possibility to question many things that, again, I think especially my generation, maybe yours as well, we've been taught and brought up with so many dogmas in chess, you know.
Oh, yeah.
That can be helpful, but sometimes also can hurt yourself, your chess, because like you are taught not to place your knights on the edge of the board, which is true when it's not a good, like, but sometimes it's a good decision and it's the only way to, and so on and so on. And nowadays, this young generation, they don't rely on such dogmas and rules. They rely only on the engine evaluation, which brings us a lot of like fresh and modern and interesting ideas. And probably that's one of them, like f3, which is again, if we kind of start looking at it logically, well, yes, why not f3, preparing e4, and yes, you can see the knight goes to h3, not to f3. That's what we kind of usually expect to see.
Yeah, so I think
or
here,
g5, yes.
yeah, something like knight g5, e4, bishop e3. It seems that white has got like some very good setup from the Slav here. Yeah, but black is probably
Black is
quite
playing
solid.
the Caro-Kann, right?
It's
It's a
some
Caro-Kann
Caro-Kann.
structure. But white is playing, it's like, I'm playing the Italian game, but what are you playing? Yeah.
The only thing which really slightly worries me is this pawn on h5. I mean, you can't go back really.
That's a problem, yeah. G5 is forever there.
Yeah, it's forever there, and if you're going to cast a short, maybe at the right time, before white castles the long side, the pawn on h5 could be a target. So, but yeah, one thing what I really like about Levon, he's always very creative, playing some fresh, interesting ideas. And we saw also Domus was a bit surprised by the move h5, even though Angelique, when he was here with us in the studio, she checked the database. It has been played before, so yeah, looks pretty interesting. Do we? I think we could stay here, yeah, maybe for a while, because we only have 2 games, and we could try to digest this game as far as it goes and figure out what could be the plans for both players. So let's say, starting with white.
Yeah, e4 is the first move that I would consider, like putting this pawn into the center, opening up the bishop on c1, preparing like either bishop g5 or knight g5, or, well, knight g5 probably mostly. Not to leave this horsey on the edge of the board. But bishop g5, knight e4 also might be a possibility to develop those pieces. To put the pressure on e6 and h5 indeed. And well, castling long, I would not really consider. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I would still expect to see short side castle mostly. And not then, okay, putting the rook on d1 or d1, e1, I don't know, preparing some breakthrough in the center, getting ready for e5 maybe at some point if black castles. Because again, the pawn on h5 makes this king side quite vulnerable, right? Those knights can start jumping e4, g5, and even though the move e5 is always double-edged because it lets black knight onto d5, but at the same point, it allows our pieces to use this space and square on e4 and get closer to black's king. And I think Erdoğan's just castled, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he played the short castle. Yeah, probably castling long was a bit too ambitious. I kept a feeling that you still.
But that's a
gotta
good
play
thing
E4.
about being a commentator.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I mean,
you feel less pressure, of course, and you can suggest a lot of interesting plans.
especially the sacrifices, because these are
of
not our
course.
pieces, so
Yeah,
we
of
can
course.
easily sacrifice them. But yeah, I mean, short castle looks perfectly reasonable. I think e4 most likely will have to be played, unless there's some. I don't think a 4 to 5 feels a bit too much, maybe in some specific lines. But let's say Aronian could play. I don't know where you put the bishop here. Yeah, bishop d6 feels a bit risky under e4, e5. Maybe bishop e7 could be a thing. Let's say we play e4. And I was thinking if there's a possibility for black try
Right,
to.
b6 and c5, yeah, for sure, it has to be considered. Because if black just stays still and don't look for counterplay, then he might end up in trouble. But this one in particular, not sure if it works. I mean, if it does, then yeah, that's what I was thinking. But queen b5, queen d7, and then if you capture on c5, bishop c5 comes, yeah, with a check, and then like the worst is over, for sure. Then it's okay. After c5, of course, you have to consider d5 always, but it requires pawn sacrifice.
Of course, I mean we're commentators right now. We
Yes.
can do that. Yeah. e5, and I was
then
looking.
e6, yeah.
Some e6,
Yeah.
and let's go. Queen
Indeed,
g6.
and knight f4.
And knight f4. It's almost an A. There
Yeah,
you go.
here we go.
Nice and easy.
Yes, if only we could be right here.
But probably black has something better.
Yeah, like some intermediate moves.
Some c. Actually, c4 makes a lot of sense
But queen
because
f5.
and queen d7. I was thinking
Queen d7.
maybe it's still pretty sharp. Yeah, it's very easy to suggest the ideas, but when you're sitting there yourself, then things look a bit
Things
different.
look different, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, this looks at least fun. d5 is a thing. And maybe this could be also one of the reasons why white might not be rushing with e4, let's say after bishop e7.
Yeah, he can prepare. First of all, he can also play something like b4. I don't know, just to secure this c5, but then a5 probably from another side.
e5, b5, some.
But then again, knight b6 and c5 might be, or c5 immediately, yes.
Yeah.
Why do I start with knight b6?
Yeah.
Because I always have knight b6 in case of d5.
Yeah. What about we remove the queen? Let's say if the queen is a target against knight b6, put it someplace close for potential kingset attack, queen e2. I don't want retreat,
But
but
still, c5 I think is the main. That's what I'm saying about the Caracan. In this structure, only with the pawn on the c file, it's always about c5 or e5. So here it's a little bit, should be a little bit similar. Well, at least black structure looks completely the same.
yeah, it could be there are also some move like rook d1.
Yeah, indeed. That's what I was saying.
Even though I wanted to put this rook on d1 and keep
Yes.
this rook here. Okay, so that might be the top process for the players. Ronin has not yet made a move.
By the way, c5 here immediately, I mean, looks very, very risky. Just with the king on e8, yeah, and with the whole king side still intact.
Yeah. Even though it does make sense, you want to bring out your bishop in one go, but yeah, like black is 2 tempi behind, the castle short. The logic suggests that you don't want to do that, yeah? Okay, so that's the current position. Maybe let's have a look at the other game that we have in
Yeah.
your tournament.
Exactly. Yesterday it was funny because, well, when I'm not playing, of course, I'm checking games of the top tournaments in progress. There is a Chennai big tournament in Chennai that starts before the Biel, and then Biel kind of picks up this torch and so, like in Chennai, there was this crazy game of Gukesh. He lost to someone.
Pranesh.
Yes. So a lot of ups and downs, like the evaluation changing all the time. Like, I don't know, in this chess.com, there is this percentage giving to accuracy percentage, like about 70 and 80. Well, usually it indicates how difficult and how complicated the position is. And then I switch on the game between Finnick and Materia, and it was 99.2 and 98.9. And I said, well, those guys just too strong. And of course, the game ended in a draw. Well, today's game should be a little bit more complicated, thus meaning that it would be tougher to keep this percentage, accuracy percentage level. And yes, as we figured out, it was some kind of Sveshnikov with knight to d5. I remember this line, it used to be considered not like something serious at all until the moment when Carlson, right, started playing Sveshnikov in a World Championship match.
Exactly.
Against Karyakin, was it?
Caruana.
Caruana.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this knight d5 line, yes, Caruana, Carlson, many games, and of course I also tried to make it work. I used to suffer a lot against the Sveshnikov when I was playing the Open Sicilian. I had quite a few tough losses with white, and so a possibility to find a universal weapon, kind of, it was very tempting. But then I checked this line with knight d5, and I thought, yeah, bishop. That's what I'm playing nowadays, as you can
what
see,
I wanted
right?
to ask
That's
you.
what, exactly.
Why not the Sicilian Rossolino? It's
exactly,
right there.
bishop b5 or c3, even better on the second move, or my line. You know what is my line? No, not knight f3, of course. It's already too.
Oh, the Sicilian Lalape.
No.
No?
No, d4.
D4.
Yeah.
Smith-Mora.
No, Smith-Mora, it's two. Queen takes d4.
Oh.
That's what I'm playing. But okay.
Oh.
Nowadays. So knight f3, knight c6, but those guys, they are still in the Open Sicilian era of their careers, and they are trying to prove it wrong. But knight d5, again, felt to me that it gives too many possibilities for black, and also like this change of pawn structure felt more easier to understand with what to do next with black, and I didn't feel like playing knight d5 at the end. I mean, if I play this Open Sicilian, I always play bishop g5, and then there used to be a moment where it seemed as the Sveshnikov was almost refuted by this c4 line. It's bishop g5,
Yeah.
a6, knight a3, b5, knight d5, like very forced line capture, and then c4. Well, nowadays it's not that easy, let's put it this way. It's very safe, of course, for white to play, but hard to get any advantage, but still. Like. So this Sveshnikov line did, well, still survives the time.
Yeah. I mean, I also have the same memories, Alexandra, as you from my childhood, because like very, very first steps I made, and knight d5, it's not serious, you know, knight d5, you just take knight b8, develop pieces.
Yeah.
Just amazing how theory moves on, and of course, everybody back then was playing bishop g5. And I also agree about your feelings about the line, that it seems that for black it's sort of easier to play, and yet the engine says, yeah, that's how
But
white
the
is getting
engine
the
does
advantage.
indicate some small advantage. But probably modern engines just always 0-0-0, which makes it harder for those guys who have very powerful engines to analyze. They always complain because whatever line you switch on, it's always 0-0-0, and what to do next, right? But I don't have such a powerful engine, so it still gives a small advantage for white in all those lines, but it just, again, sometimes, what do you do with this advantage? Okay, you come to the game, you know that it's 0% 0.20.
Yeah.
But then black has easy moves to make, and you are suffering with unknown. And
I wish somebody would finally code engines the ability to explain that this or that position is easier to play with that or that side.
yeah,
Would
the
be a really big
probability.
progress.
Yeah, of course.
Like, because that's one thing, but maybe sometimes the chess viewers don't understand the position is equal, but we can
But
immediately
it's just a
tell.
human approach. That's
Yeah.
now what you need to do during your preparation. You have this whole vast of lines with 0, 0, 0, but you say, no, I feel that this line is very unpleasant to play for my opponent. And despite the evaluation of 0, 0, 0, you go, you use this line, and I mean, you're either right or wrong, but I still manage to, I mean, if you still manage to pose some questions, to pose some, I mean, then you're doing a great job, because otherwise, like everyone has those engines and same lines and same software, but whether to go or not to go, or like you see the line and like the engine says 0.3 or 0.5 even for your opponent, but one move he or she makes and it's -2.
Yeah.
So also, like, you need not only be able to look at the evaluation of the line, but also just ask yourself, like, what's going to actually happen during a practical game, and that's very important. That's a very important skill.
Chess is indeed very hard, and I agree with everything that you said there. I wanted to ask you about this moment here, b6. Like, my knowledge about Cecilia and Sveshnikov, like, it's pretty decent. At least I understand what black is supposed to do. Black is supposed to play like f5, f4, rook f6, rook h6, go for checkmate, sometimes f5, e4, knight e5, and white is supposed to play the pawn majority at the queen side or whatnot. And suddenly comes b6. Is this something like you immediately recognize? Does it make sense? What would you make of this?
No, probably some kind of prophylaxis against a5. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hard for me to say. Or you open up the bishop for some reason. I don't know, bishop a6. Maybe.
Sometimes the simplest answer is the best answer. Yeah, maybe get the bishop out.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very provoking, like weakening the c6 square, but the knight, the problem for the knight on b5, it can't get there, right? So if I play f4, black is not going to capture on f4.
That's actually a very good point. Yeah, if in some lines, because this is quite a common line in some Sicilian, Scheveningen lines where there's this trade, black gets access to the e5, but now you would get the control of the c6 square. All right, so let's go to the current position. c3,
c3
f5.
also looks quite strange, yeah, because like for me, like to my eyes, this position, like the third rank is screaming for this rook left, rook a3, rook somewhere, I don't know, but I wouldn't want to close the third rank, and this c3 square is also kind of, I would feel like using it for the knight, but instead the pawn goes there, and I wonder why, huh?
Yeah, I think he was surprised here because he spent like 4 minutes. Black was still in the prep. Maybe he was trying to get black out of the preparation. Yeah, it looks, it looks a bit strange, but it's a move. Anyway, I still have this quote. Every single time I'm here in Biel, I'm bringing it up because it was Vishy Anand who said it here in Biel. I asked him this question, like, Vishy, you are the inventor of the quote. I don't care if it's weird. If it works, it works. You know?
Exactly.
Where do you get it from? And he said, it's not even my quote. I got it from somebody else. And this is like pretty much the modern generation who are saying,
indeed.
like, engine says it works, then it doesn't matter. It looks strange, but it works.
Indeed, yeah.
So this is the current position right now.
You see here the knight is on a3. In Erdogmush Aronian game, the knight is on h3. That's what I was saying. Like the knight on the rim is dim, right? They're saying, but okay, not anymore, unless it's getting somewhere. And a lot of dogmas are questioned nowadays, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, and the engine still likes white. I suppose that's all that matters. I think white wants to play something like knight c4, bishop e3, play a5. There's this one of the World Championship matches games that you mentioned, Carlsen against Caruana, was very, very similar in nature, and black is probably doing something at the king side. Maybe question here, if you are playing with black, how
Exactly.
would you proceed? Would you try to open up the position with knight e5, play e4, or go for some g5 stuff?
Oof, g5. That's-
Just an idea, I don't
I
know.
know, I know. But I mean, my question would be what to do with this bishop on c8, right? It also wants to play. Or where to develop it? Do we want to put it to b7, like bishop b7, knight f6, or like because I don't feel like playing the whole game with the bishop on c8.
No, it's a valid question. Let's say I play knight c4. You want to play? There's knight f6. Maybe not. Yeah, this pawn is.
No, why not? I think black would like to open up the position. No? Knight f6. If
Okay, we could try. Take. Not your usual Sicilian
Queen
special.
d4, yeah.
Queen d4.
But then, okay, then capture, knight e5, bishop f6, and something like the queen on d4 is. Some yes,
Some mess, yeah?
some mess that you need to calculate.
Okay.
But that's the lines that I would expect to see anyhow, because like capturing an f4, I just don't like the idea. Instead of in general, but maybe again, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels that if black could handle this pressure and keep the pressure, it's better for them. Like because as soon as he plays e4 or e takes f4, I think it should be in white's favor. Not even sure.
Maybe not
yeah.
immediately, but I think it's a great outpost for the knight. Yeah. Some perhaps c4, bishop b2. There's some typical ideas: king h2, rook g1, g4. Some.
Exactly. So somehow I think black's perspective should be connected with keeping this pressure and using these dynamics. So if it's released, then white, okay, generally should be happy.
Let's have some dynamics. How about
G5, yes,
Yes.
those are the ones that you like.
I don't
very,
know. I
very
know.
risky. Okay, so let me capture on G5.
Takes.
Knight C4.
Knight c4.
Still very hard to play with the knight on A3.
Probably I have to take it. You take with the queen. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe with the rook. Because with the queen, you're gonna play queen f6, no? And
Yeah,
then-
that was my idea.
Yeah. So, no, with rook, I think. And then after queen f6, maybe I have something like bishop d3 or like putting the pressure on knight e3. I don't know. Yeah.
Actually, it makes perfect sense. I tried to be aggressive with the king side, but now it sort of backfires.
Exactly. So, I mean, it might be a good idea, but of course you have to find the right moment for it to go all in.
Yeah.
And with the bishop on c8 and with the pieces unconnected yet, like it feels as it's not the right time to do so. But again, it's all about calculation and precision. If it works, it works.
Yeah. Yeah, somehow one thing is clear, black has to do something at the king side, probably not close, keep dynamics as you said, maybe g5 is a bit too much. I think sometimes they do play like this, they take it here and then they play some g5, g5, f4.
But it's with a tempo, right?
Yeah, somehow.
And you have to make sure that all your pieces will get into play. Knight e5, f4, that you will not just
Like this, yeah.
maybe knight e5 instead of f4. I don't know,
maybe
without.
immediately, yeah.
Yeah.
And then f4, bishop f5, and yeah, that's the hardest part for black. I mean, to play this position, you want to be aggressive. At the same time, you think maybe I'm being overly aggressive. It's going to backfire. So it looks really really exciting. Let's maybe check the overview of the.
Rook c8, by the way,
of the
Aronian
games.
played.
He played. He played,
Rook
yeah.
c8, but it's connected to the idea of playing c5, obviously.
Right, so let's check the overview of the two games where we also can see Ardolmush versus Levon Aronian, or we can also immediately, of course, switch to that game.
But we can agree that this Tonk materia game is going to be very exciting one. It's not going to be a boring draw. I mean,
Yeah.
can expect. I mean, the tension is building up now in the center, and we can see a lot of interesting moves like played out very soon.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, so that's potentially one of the most exciting games of the round. Here we see Aronian prepping the c5 idea so that he can
Yeah.
play bishop takes on c5 in one go. Looks reasonable.
And my question is whether b4 is a good try here to stop the c5 breakthrough, or is there anything else that white can do in order to prepare for c5? Because c5 seems to be like coming up. At least that's what black is trying to do. They're trying to prepare this breakthrough. Yeah, here it's an interesting, like more positional kind of question to white, but it's connected with a lot of calculations anyway.
All right, so here Erdomos is thinking, so he has to choose. Your idea b4 looks very interesting, especially now that this rook is gone from the a file. Maybe a5 is going to be a bit more difficult to carry out. e4 is still in there. Maybe there's also room for
But is it good
knight
at
g5?
all, this before? I'm wondering, like, can black afterwards play b5 and then bring the knight to c4, or it's too much?
Like
b5,
this,
yeah, knight b6, knight c4. Like, who knows? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, because there is no light-squared bishops on the board, right?
Right, and you can't play e4 also not
No.
anymore, yeah?
So maybe b4 is not such a great move after all. Maybe white should think of another way to prepare for c5, like to be able to play d5.
So probably you have to beat c5 with d5, otherwise it's
Somehow,
not much,
yeah, I feel like it's maybe rook d1, and then to have c5, d5 ideas, and after knight b6, queen b5, yeah, and just getting into an endgame. Seems like
That
a good.
looks good.
Yes, at least this one looks good. And yes, I remember that we wanted to put another rook on the d file, like the a rook.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the bishop is still on c1. And
I mean, again, we could check it, of course, what happens after e4. Yeah,
Yes.
e4, c5,
and d5 again.
and d5.
I feel like.
And again, knight b6 is going to be queen d5. This looks actually pretty nice.
Yeah, also. Yeah, maybe just, as you said, the simplest answer is the strongest one here.
Yeah, but that could include knight b6. Knight
Yes,
b6,
but
queen
okay.
d3, and c5. Like
But
this.
then, so you kind of, you got in an extra tempo.
We might still go for the suck first, anyway.
We might. I mean, we can do it for sure. Yes.
Absolutely, let's go. So d5, e5, c4.
Queen f5. What did queen
Queen
d7?
was
We've already.
Queen d7, but it just looks too much fun. Queen d2, check, here. I'm actually amazed that the engine says all of this is perfectly playable.
Oh, yeah. But where to go, right?
Where to go? Because e6 is incoming, your king is feeling... Actually, I could easily imagine something like this happening because...
Okay, knight h7. Remember, we have our
Oh,
topic of putting the knight on the edge of the board.
There you
is
go.
not a bad idea. Well, it's like counter playing against the knight on h3, covering the g5 square.
I would love to play this with white.
It looks visually, it looks so much more pleasant with white. I agree, but
Yeah.
there are some players who.
Some attacking chances. Engine doesn't care. I love it. I love the optimism of Stockfish. It
You
always
know, king d7, king c7, king b8. No, I was just wondering that after rook c8, it's not possible to castle long, but yeah, there is an artificial way to do so, but it's okay. It would be too much.
Otherwise, yeah, now I'm half serious here. Like, I was a bit joking about this entire line, but the more I'm looking at this, it does look reasonable because black is invested in rook c8. It's very hard for white to stop c5, and it's coming anyway, and you really want to activate your docks with bishop. So, sorry, once again here, yeah, this is
Yeah,
the entire
before
sequence.
was a little bit too slow.
Yeah,
That's
and
true.
if you don't do this, if you don't go after knight b6, bishop, queen d3, c5, if you don't go for a d5, I mean, what do you do? Because after bishop e3, I have a feeling that this position is just going to mass liquidate. Take, and no problems for black. All right.
Oh, we can expect a fight also.
Yeah. Yeah, we might see this happening. So here you see the players are uh, getting ready. Domos is thinking. I mean,
You
he's
see,
definitely a big fighter.
No, he is, but I had a small conflict with him in
Really?
one of my games. Yeah, well, you know that he's sitting still, right? And when he's in time trouble or it's tension, he starts shaking a lot. And I know that many young players, they do it nowadays. If you look at the top youngsters, they do it pretty often. It became quite natural. And like, well, he's doing it right now as well. But to my eyes, because again, I was playing in different times. And I saw some discussion going on on social media regarding it. And I, of course, understand that those are very young kids. And I understand that there is so much pressure sometimes on those kids in all sports. I mean, I'm a mother myself. I know that, like, we expect our kids to strive, to do their best, but sometimes they're still just kids. But there is another side. They are kids, so they need to be taught what is a proper way to behave and what is not a proper way to behave. And when I was growing up, I'm not saying that it's right. It's also one of the dogmas, right? Probably that I was taught that I need to behave in a way that I don't disturb my opponent. And I do expect my opponents to do, like, of course, sometimes, like, I know that we get overwhelmed. And I was also asked not to, like, shake improperly during the game. And so I was playing against their dog motion, this chess 960 game where we played with challenge 2 of the masters. And there was a time pressure, and he started like swinging
Shaking,
too
yeah?
much.
Yeah.
And I asked him not to jump. I told him, please do not jump. And his answer, like, it got me shocked, because I rarely give a comment to my opponent because it kind of distracts him or her. But instead of saying, okay, sorry, I will not do it anymore, I'm sorry, I deserve it. No. He said, it doesn't affect you. Like, I look at him. I mean, if I make this comment, probably. And I said, no, it does. And then he started not to do it. And, well, it does show him, like, he has a very strong character. And it kind of impressed me already quite, even though he's just 15, yeah, they say. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I expect great results from this young player. But the discussion of whether it's right or not to shake during your game and what is the limit, it's quite a tricky question.
Yeah, that's the question. He's definitely one of the most talented young players in the world. The action is heating up. I think we're going to go for a very, very short break, so maybe a couple of last words, Alexandra, before you leave us, and Angelika is coming back with us. Something about Biel, about your experiences, about the future. I don't know, whatever feels relevant.
Yeah, well, it was my pleasure to be here, to play here, and to try this new format. I do enjoy Rapid and Blitz and Chess 960 nowadays more than classical ones, but I'm very happy to see this festival goes on, and I'm looking forward to the Jubilee next year, and I wish all the success to all the participants and the organizers, and of course like a huge thanks to all the sponsors, because they do make it possible. It's not that easy nowadays to find sponsors for chess tournaments, and I must praise the organizers, because I play a lot of tournaments, and I do believe that in this particular Congress hall and event, the conditions are great. And when organizers care about conditions for playing conditions for players, it means a lot to players. So thank you everyone for making it happen, and I'm looking forward to seeing more exciting games and the exciting finish.
Well said. With me was Grandmaster Alexandra Kostyniuk, also known as Chess Queen, the former world champion, here in the studio. But dear viewers, we're going for a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you after a couple of minutes.
Biel is the center of mechanical watchmaking excellence, and the Biel Chess Festival is the oldest festival in Switzerland. So these two things come together here in Biel. Building movements like we do it, the mechanical part of the watch, requires a lot of decision making over very long periods of time. In chess you do not run such long time frames, but you have to make a lot of strategic and tactical decisions. And I think this amount of decision making and the foresight you need to have is very similar to both worlds. People who buy our products are usually somewhere rooted in science, engineering, software development, and we know that a lot of people with a science background have also a little bit of a knack for playing chess because it is a tactical and strategic game. That I think this ability to handle complex matter and complicated things at scale over very long periods of time under time pressure is something which I would say is very similar between both arts.
And we are back live to you from Biel, Vienna, in the heart of Switzerland. You can see the beautiful streets, the fountains, and we are right now in the Congress Hall, this beautiful building over here where the Biel Chess Festival for the 59th time already is taking place, and in the heart of it, Grandmaster Triathlon with top players being held. We're already at the final stage of the round 2 of the Grandmaster Triathlon Boss Masters and Generations Challenge. We just had Alexandra Kosteniuk, the chess queen, the former women's world champion, in the studio with you, Arturs. You've enjoyed, I had the feeling.
Absolutely, yes. It was really interesting to hear how she looks at the tournament from her perspective, how did her games go, also her opinion about, for example, Jeza Zardomush playing style. So this was interesting to hear. But we also talked about some of the games. And I was actually relieved to hear that some of the positions I didn't immediately recognize. I thought, okay, I'm totally off the book. But then Alexandra said, yeah, this is something new stuff, really. She also didn't really recognize. But yeah, let's jump into action and see what has happened ever since.
Let's get an overview of the round 2, the final stage. And as we already mentioned earlier, the one game has already finished. Aydin Suleimanli against Limle have played very similar line in the end game, which was played between Javohir Sindarov against Hikaru Nakamura, one of the final rounds of the candidates, where Javohir scored an impressive historical win there. And 2 more games are still happening. You've been covering with Alexandra quite some lines there. And as you're mentioning, she was also surprised to see some variations, like, for example, this b6 from Mark commentary on the very right that he was playing against Tong Xiao. And what about the game of Yezer Dogmush against Levon Aronian?
Yeah, maybe we can go to that game, which is probably about to simplify a bit. That's the middle board. And we did talk about it for a while. And I was actually hoping that something a bit more fancy is going to happen here. This is the current position here. White played Rook D1, B5, Queen B3. These moves were just made. But during when Alexander was here with us, I was actually thinking, why not play E4? Because I felt like that's the right thing to do. You want to activate your Darkswood Bishop, put it on E3. If black plays C5, you have D5. And we had this funny line with Knight B6, Queen D3, C5. And I thought, okay, it's not my game, so why don't I sacrifice a pawn? And something like this, with D5, with E5, trying to play E6, expose the king. Black could make some intermezzo moves here. And here, Alexander Kosteniuk suggested Knight H7, and we talked about how the knights on the rim are not always dim. So here the Knight on H7 actually pretty good, and it's some kind of a mess. So could have been something, but it didn't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, considering that the king is in the center.
Yeah, I thought like there could be something here, maybe not E6. Ah, wait, I think it was actually a 4, what I recommended. And I thought, well, it's something, you know, D4, not E4, maybe D3, Queen F3, whatever. So it's maybe Queen H5 is here. Yeah, so it's a messy position. But instead, Rook D1 was played. This was more of a pragmatic move. B5 and Queen B3 and not Queen E2. Actually, I would have thought that the Queen feels a bit more natural on E2 and not on B3.
Yeah, but because after b3 you have to watch out. Yeah, now a6. I just wanted to call out a6 c5, because if you take on c5, knight is suddenly can be taken at some moment, but of course not now. There is x-ray. So after c5, your queen will be not really safe. But maybe what Yaz want to do is something on this a2, a8 diagonal. Maybe some knight g5, some sacrifices. Maybe f4, f5. I don't know. Something looking there. But I mean, your idea with e4 looks so natural and logical in this position.
I mean, I like your ideas that you're saying there with this knight g5, because this square, white can try to exploit it. F4, f5, maybe, but I would have thought you need a rook on f1 for that, because then it would kind of make more sense. It looks a bit weird, but if it works, it works. And I'm still kind of hoping for e4. So if we go back to this position, once again, this moment here, this is a bit mystery to me. Like, why not Queen E2 with the same idea? Because, again, I think, if we talk about the larger picture, I think that White wants to do something at the king side, right? So the Queen Has to be there. That's how I understand it. And here, if you play a6, there could be e4, and somehow it feels that the queen on e2, it's better. You know, I could play this e5, not e4, f4, whatever, go for some kings at attack, but probably here Domoshka has a bit of a different idea. And what could it be? Maybe you can try to figure out. You're saying knight g5, but maybe there's something else.
Yeah, it looks so natural, queen on e2, but queen on b3, there are some other ideas probably for. Yes, maybe he wants to play a4?
Maybe. But why do you need a queen on b3 for that? That's what I don't understand. Because the queen on e2 also attacks the pawn on b5. That's a bit of mystery to me.
Mystery. That's true. Okay, let's look at the e4. That's something what you were telling after queen e2. Let's try to make it work now. So e4. Potentially there could be idea of the d5 or e5, but after c5, I think taking should be okay because knight takes on c5 doesn't work. But bishop is coming, yeah? This is the problem.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And again, in this position, it feels that the queen belongs on e2, not on b3. So I'm not sure I understand it. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's knight g5. Maybe it's really very strictly the idea to sacrifice something on e7, but really?
Also against Levon, I mean...
We can try.
Okay, but here probably... yeah, just
It's
a
not on
yeah,
game,
yeah,
yeah?
of course, of course.
Let's do it.
Let's take, and now d5.
It's something.
d5 or
D5 maybe even, yeah?
Yeah, d5, d6.
It looks logical. Like, I could understand this. You keep the king in the center. There's some ideas. If black plays queen e7, you take on a6, 3 pawns for the piece, queen b5. I understand this. Like, all of this makes sense, right? But the question is, how forced is this for black? What if I don't play c5?
Yeah, you can easily just don't do it. You can play even something like bishop e7.
Exactly.
Because then taking on e6 is not coming with a tempo, as it would be.
Can I still do it? It's probably too much, yeah?
We can try, but then I think maybe just shortcut. No, shortcut is not possible. But knight f8, yeah, targeting the queen.
It doesn't feel right. I mean, white is not ready for this attack.
Okay, then what about here? Maybe some...
E4?
I don't know, some crazy, yeah. Not so sure.
E4, castles, E5 here, knight E4, F4. Maybe this is what he wants, to go for some...
Maybe
decent
he
attack.
wants to bring the queen in the third rank. Okay, there could be an idea.
Can I tell my honest opinion?
Yes,
I don't
please.
like queen b3. I wouldn't play queen b3, but that's why I'm not 27 hungry.
Okay, I have some I have some crazy ideas. So let's go back to knight g5, bishop e7. And I want to sacrifice on f7. Okay, I know it's crazy, but king takes and f4, f5. Okay, I see computer hates it. Probably c5, yeah, here.
Well, in some lines, yeah, it's probably a bit slow, even g6, I think.
Yeah,
It's a nice idea.
too slow.
I was actually hoping, sometimes white has some very fancy checkmate ideas like knight f7, queen e6, there's some bishop
Yes.
e3 checkmate, but okay, not
There
here.
is no bishop. That's the
No,
problem.
not here, yeah. Okay. So, knight g5? Or, he could be looking at this like knight g5, bishop e7, e4. I see the engine doesn't like it though. Should castle, the human move, or maybe again c5.
c5, and now you have to suddenly calculate all those variations. Also, king on g1 doesn't help because bishop is always coming with a tempo, with a check. Maybe bishop e3, but then you're allowing c4.
It doesn't feel right. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
feel right with this queen on b3. Like I do not fully understand it. So he definitely has a very big idea here. Maybe his idea is to play knight g5, this e4, e5, and use the queen on b3 to target the pawn on e6 and f7. But I would have thought that queen on e2 is a bit more natural. Probably there's nothing wrong with the plan anyway. But yeah, the queen on b3 kind of feels awkward to me. And Aronian played a6, and he's thinking, and also look at the clock situation, also white is falling behind. This is move 12, by the way, move 12. And white already has spent 1 hour. So Yes is spending a lot of time for this position.
Yeah, already, 23 minutes difference between Levon and Yes. And it will be visible later when we are reaching the 40th move. By the way, now it's move 12 only. He's thinking for 7 minutes at this moment. I mean, it's feeling, of course, that he's focused at the position. We can see also the fancy view from another camera. Do you think he's realizing right now that something
No.
is off, or is
No, I
he
don't
still
think so.
following his plan?
No, I think like he's just calculating his line, whatever it is. Like knight g5, e4, e5. One thing I can definitely say about Domosh is that I'm super impressed the way he calculates. Just unbelievable. Like I think from all the players I heard here in the studio, he was the one who would always, come up with some very deep lines and just wow. And also the speed he does it, it's really incredible. So I'm pretty sure that he has some deep idea. It's just visually, I don't like queen b3. Yeah, but it's a move. Maybe let's jump to the other game, and see if there's some developments.
Let's go probably immediately to the game Tong Xiao against Marco Matera, since the only game which is ongoing right now in the Generations Challenge tournament. By the way, Darius, we still have one more player who is not playing today. It's Václav Finek, ultimately the leader of the Generations Challenge tournament. And so far, he's having a little bit of a break. And tomorrow, he'll come back to play the last game. And right now, I can see him somewhere resting in hotel or maybe in Verona, one of our restaurants, and just following this game, and saying, okay, Marco, please win this game so I don't have to be worried anymore. Because, dear viewers, if Marco Matera wins today, he doesn't have an opportunity to score over Václav, and he's not allowing Tong Xiao to get extra 4 points to score.
Yeah, so we have the situation that in the Challengers tournament we have 3 players for the final stage. Alexandra Kostnik was here with us before we went to the break, and she didn't make it to the final stage because she was a bit too many points behind the tournament leader. And this has created this opportunity in the tournament situation that one player is always having a rest day. So maybe the question, let's say Angelika, you were a player in the Challengers. So would you prefer, when would you prefer to have the rest day? So right after the end of the Blitz tournament, we had the official second rest day. And would you love to have 2 rest days in a row, or play 2 games in a row and have the final rest day, the final day as a rest day, or play 1 game, have a rest day, and then play another game?
Well, it depends also on tournament situation, but personally, I think I would prefer playing 2 games in a row, like now Marco Matera is doing. He's playing 2 games in a row, and then to have a rest day on the final day where I already tried everything I can. I tried to win my games. I know that I did everything what I could, and just see how it works out in the final round. Because I have a feeling that if you're playing this final game, you have a bit of a pressure. The tournament standing are playing some role in your head. Maybe you can overpush in some way, but I have a feeling it's better this way. But probably also how Václav Finek is having it. He played 1 game. Now he has a rest to focus on the final game. So it depends how you're looking at it, but I would prefer playing 2 games and then final, just to see what's happening there. And what about you?
Yeah, probably the same. I would not really like to have a break in between because I just had the rest day. You play a game, again you have a rest day, again you have a game. So probably just get it done as quickly as possible. Um, I don't think it really would matter if I would have 2 rest days in a row. But anyway, that's the situation the players are in right now. And here, by the way, let's have a look at this position. Queen c7 was played, and last time we looked at this position was, I think it was here, knight a3, bishop f6. This is the position we did not discuss with Alexandra. We're like looking at the opening phase, try to figure out what kind of a mess is this. Very hard to evaluate. The knight is getting to c4, queen c7. Okay, let's try to understand what's happening here.
Before we go here, so we have an update of opinion from our best producer, Bic. So contrary to our opinion when we were saying, okay, we would like just to play first 2 games and then just rest. What he wants to do, he wants to keep control of what is happening. So just having the rest day in the first round, so having 2 rest days in a row, and then just play 2 last games to be in the control of the position. And yeah, too much stress of waiting.
No, I wouldn't want to do that probably myself. Now that I'm thinking, because 2 rest days in a row would be too much for me. Like I'm thinking,
Yeah.
like you could fall out of the rhythm. But depends really on the player. All right, so that's one opinion.
One man opinion.
One man's opinion. I am not sure about that. Okay, so that's the position. Engine says white is slightly better. White is trying to play at the queen side. Black is trying to play at the king side. How easy is this position to play for either player? Let's try to figure it out. So, what black wants? Black wants to probably complete development, bishop b7. Alexandra also was here, and she was wondering what is black going to do with his bishop. b6 is not very common for the Sicilian Sveshnikov. Probably bishop b7 or something. And white most likely wants to somehow get to this pawn on b6, because that's what you are normally doing here. Is it bishop e3 here?
Bishop e3 looks like a move. So, I mean, also regarding all the questions that you ask, for whom it's easier to play, because I have a feeling like we have a split kind of a position on 2 boards, like on 2 sides of the board. So on the queen side, of course, it's much easier to play for white, targeting the weaknesses. The knight is so good on c4. But I have a feeling if white is being a bit too slow in this position, then black can organize some attack on the king side, because that's where the pawn is looking. Yeah, the d6, e5 pawn, they're all looking at the king side, and there could be some potential break there also with a g5 maybe at some moment. So you can prepare it, like h6, g5, or just take and g5. So
Absolutely.
white has to be really careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. These are like common ideas for black. You play it at the king side. You don't really want to lock the position with e4. Currently, I think g5 is not really possible because I'm simply going to take it. h6, g5, maybe, but it also weakens the king a bit. Takes to the 4 and knight e5. That's more like it, I think.
Arthurs, we have a move on the board, but
Okay.
it was not bishop e3. It was rook a3, which counts by the chess.com engine as a mistake in this position. Would you expect this move? I mean, one of the ideas, of course, rook is defended now on a3, but maybe what Tong Xiao wants is somehow to include the rook on the 3rd rank, but there is a pawn on c3. What is this move? Like,
It just makes no sense. Sorry. Okay. No, why I'm saying this?
because it makes no sense.
Like, we had this discussion with Alexandra here, and she said that she does like to move c3, right? Because also, the first impression for her was that you want to play something like rook a3, rook g3. Like, lift the rook to the king side, do something there. I don't really know if this is a move here, because again, chess is a very concrete game. You play rook a3, there could be a6, knight c3, a5, you lose some squares, whatever. So I think with the move c3, what happened here is that white even wants to defend the pawn on b4 and said that rook a3 will never happen. So
Unless.
unless. So we go a couple of moves later, and now it does happen. And that's what I'm saying, like, it's weird because you would have thought that with the pawn on c3 now, the rook is not going to slide over to the king side. But on a serious note, I think that the Chinese grandmaster's idea is very very simple. Simply protect the pawn on c3. Like, he was not really in the mood to check what happens if the pawn is under attack. Let's say if white will play bishop e3, like this pawn is kind of loose. Let's say either e takes d4 or bishop b7 followed by b5. And in some lines, this pawn is under attack. And that's why he was like, okay, you know, I know my rook is weird on a3, but it's protected the pawn, which is hit by the queen, and that's fine by me.
Yeah, and we have this rook a3 on the board, but the first rule, or one of the rules of the pawns, dear viewers, the pawns never go back, so you can no longer have this very nice rook lift. I mean, ideally, you would like maybe to jump over the pawn. That would be like ideal, in ideal world, or Jadoub the pawn to the c2 square. You cannot do so, pawns are not coming back. But yeah, pretty weird move, but at the same time, eventually at some point, if pawn is away from c3, there could be a rook lift. But we see that computer doesn't really like it. On the other hand, what to do now for black? How black can continue? Because if we're going to have pawn takes on f4, here bishop will recapture it in one move, compared to the line we just looked at, where bishop e3 takes bishop f4 was played.
And I think he also has a very concrete idea. He wants to play bishop e3 and a5. Otherwise, I just don't understand what he's doing here. Like, I think that's what he wants. So let's say...
Very deep idea.
Yeah, like, he just protects the pawn and see what happens. Let's say black plays bishop b7. I'm going to play bishop e3. Let's say black plays... What's the most natural move here? I don't know. Rook e8. Rook e8, do something at the king side. Then I think that white wants to do this. I could be wrong. Like, if you take the take with the knight, if you play b5, I would have thought...
The pawn is hanging on c3.
Where?
I mean, if you take on f4. And then...
Oh, actually, that's a very valid point.
And now the problem is bishop is hanging. Yeah, you can... Okay, these are the details, these concrete details of the position. You have to prepare it before pushing a5. You know, maybe rook f3 now, defending the bishop.
Yeah, like this idea of bishop e3. I think this is how they typically do it. They play a5 and play knight b6. There was also the second idea. Engine, for some reason, would really like, instead of, let's say, this move, let's say after bishop e3, Engine would, in very similar positions like a5 and b5, for some reason. Because the knight on c4 is untouchable, it hits these weaknesses here. But again, you see, it's so easy to make mistakes in this position because it's some computer chess here. Yeah, like it's very difficult to apply any standard knowledge. The rook is weird on a3. White is playing all over the board. The king is kind of weak.
You know what I want to do? I want to play a few moves in a row for black. So, okay, bishop b7, we are developing the bishop. It's logical. King h8, rook g8, and then starting attack on the king side. This is my plan.
I mean, okay, I understand what black wants. Yeah, like black wants to play something like rook e8, as you said, king h8, storm at the king side. But I'm struggling right now to understand what does white want.
Yeah, that's the biggest question.
Does he want to win the pawn? Like this?
Okay, but here you at least have knight e5.
And maybe he wants to play this?
But now suddenly black is not struggling because of space any longer. Because earlier there was a problem because of the space, lack of space for black. Now black traded a few pieces. I was actually thinking b5 instead of a5. Trying to break.
I think it's a pawn, yeah?
It's a pawn, yeah.
It's a pawn.
The pawn on d5 is still defended.
Yeah, so I think that bishop b... By the way, he hasn't made a move yet, yeah?
No.
I think that bishop b7...
I think Marco is shocked. I think Marco is right now in shock after rook a3.
No, he's like, okay.
I calculated everything.
No, imagine this. Marco's like, my plan is to play bishop b7, rook e8, go for the king side attack. But first I'm going to try to understand what does white want. What does white want?
Bishop
What does
is
he want?
3.
What does he want? What does he want? Like, you don't understand it. So, so what does he want? Once again,
No, it's like you were ready for the rook a3 move. A few moves ago, before c3 move, we were ready. Okay, rook a3, remaneuvering the rook. I should get ready for this move. But after c3, it looks like it's no longer an opportunity. But apparently it is.
maybe he wants to play some knight e3? Or, wait, I have an idea. It's a stupid idea, but it's an idea. I'm going to go here. You're going to play b5. I'm going to go knight e3. Hit the pawn. Now you see, that's why my pawn now is defended.
Very
And
important.
if you defend it, now I'm playing c4. And suddenly everything makes sense.
Okay.
So the rook at a3 defends the pawn. I'm opening up the queen side. And I kind of know similar positions where now you get to play bishop e3, knight b6, b5, create an outside pass pawn. Okay, I think I understand it, but it took me like, I don't know, 10 minutes to figure it out.
Okay, so what do you think, Arthur, that Shao just realized there could be similarities in this with this kind of ideas? But then maybe black is not forced to play bishop b7, because, you know, if you get to this position and the b file is semi-open, it's a different story.
Okay, yes, but at least I think that we understand what he wants. So he wants to play a5, he wants to play knight e3, and he wants to play c4 and protect the pawn. So you're right, yeah, bishop b7 is not forced. Okay, maybe black can play what?
King h8, simple move.
Okay, king h8, I'm not sure it really changed anything. I'm playing a5, b5, I'm playing knight e3. But there's maybe something wrong. I have no idea what this is, like
Because
takes or g6.
Because the problem is, I think, if you take and then take on c3, there could be queen c2. And you cannot really win the pawn. But now maybe knight somewhere, knight e5.
Actually, a good point, yeah. Knight e5. Now this rook is so strange, yeah, once again.
And now c4 is not be able to push. Like, you cannot push c4.
Yeah, and then something is gone very wrong for black. For white, sorry. So maybe this is the position where Marco is thinking that, okay, so white wants to play a5, knight a3, and c4, and what kind of setup doesn't allow him to execute that? Because this, I think, plays into white's hand, right? So a5? I think you want to close it.
You have to close it.
Again, we could check, of course, e takes and f4, and not g6, because g6 is going to be c4. Takes.
Takes. And now again knight e5, stopping c4.
Yeah, but now you drop the pawn.
Oh, yeah, now
Because
it's,
this bishop no longer is hitting the knight. It's so weird.
yeah,
And what
so
if-
many nuances.
Yeah, and
Bishop,
I could take the pawn.
a knight e7 check, intermezzo. What's
is
going
this?
on?
What is this position even? No.
Oh my God.
Some rook h7 checkmating there. It's
Yeah,
some computer
queen
chess.
d3. Some crazy stuff.
No, it's very difficult to explain this, yeah. So I think also for Materia is looking at this and like very creative play by Ton Shah. Like I do not fully understand it, but I think the idea is to play again the a5 knight e3. It could be wrong, but again, like you're totally correct. Black could also do something. How about I stop it and play a5?
Yeah, just stopping it with a5. Looks very logical. No longer planned with the a5 for white. I think this is what's happening in Marco's head right now. What will happen if I push a5 myself? Well,
Very good question. Very good question. Yeah, do you still play? Because now again it feels it's such a crazy game here. I have a feeling that we are in for a lot of surprises in this game because
yeah, I mean,
Really tough to
I
understand
would
it.
really love, Arthur's to have some kind of a confessional booth now at this moment.
Oh, we
So
definitely
that-
should have it for the next year.
Yeah,
I
so
think.
Chinese grandmaster playing a3 could come there and say, well, I played rook a3 because this and this and this. Then we don't have to speculate, you know?
Right.
Yeah, so we are getting prepared slowly for the next edition, which is going to be the 60th anniversary. That is one of the plans.
I want to do something. I want to check what does the engine think of this position. Okay? So we don't have it on. I'm just going to check it right now. The previous move, why rook a3 is a mistake? I mean, it's not a mistake, but what was better? According to the engine, the better move was bishop e3, which I thought is the logical move. And if black takes it, you take it. If black plays knight e5, you take it. You take it. And play d6. Because you can't take the pawn on c3, there's some queen d5 check and you're dropping the rook.
You have to be very careful. Yeah.
And somehow white is better. I guess because of this pawn. Like, I don't know, like I would just look at this position, say it's very unclear. Like you might just drop this pawn, but yeah, white is better, rook d1 with there. Yeah, that's what the engine says.
But also c4, c5 maybe somewhere coming, yeah?
I also have these pawns here. But yeah, okay, the pawn on d6 is really strong. I don't argue about that. So this was the top choice of the engine. And now after rook a3, there's many moves. The top choice for engine is, there's a very small difference. Bishop b7. Let's go for the human idea. a5, b5, knight e3, takes. Actually, we looked at this, yeah?
Yeah, we looked at this and here we said,
Here, bishop b5.
because we took on c3, I think. What is this?
Whatever is this, knight c6. Yeah, so the point is you can't really take it twice. There's going to be
But-
some bishop f3.
But after knight c6, you can have. No, but bishop on e5. I wanted to play knight c6, knight f6, targeting the pawn on d6, but the bishop is under attack on e5.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Like you drop a pawn.
Knight d5.
And it's somehow equal. And you still have this weird rook on a3.
And rook is still on e3. Yeah.
Whatever, yeah. Like it's a really weird position. Let me switch off the engine. I try to apply some knowledge, but it's very hard. One of the most difficult games I've seen in this tournament.
Marco is also surprised right now. He's already spending 15 minutes at this moment trying to figure out what this rook a3 means in the position and how to react to it. Looking at Tong Xiao, he's pretty relaxed. He's playing the stuff that he wanted, as we see in the body language. Looking in the audience, maybe he also can see some games of the MTO, ETO tournament being played, maybe some interesting openings. But we have another game which is happening right now. Yezer Dogmush against Levon Aronian. So I suggest for us to switch there, because we have a couple of moves being played. I mean, it's actually one move that has been played. And what is it? We don't see knight g5, we see e4 and c5 on the board.
Yeah, so e5.
Look at the clock
E4.
situation, by the way. 35 minutes for yes, and it's move 13. Ooh.
Wait. So he needs to do something right now. Very big time difference. Is he really thinking about the e5 push here? Like otherwise nothing makes sense. Like if you take on c5, bishop c5, queen on b3 is weird. If you play d5, it feels like black's gonna play like c4, take on d5. It feels okay for black. It's gotta be e5. Something like this. So that black gonna jump at the knight. Do you have some funny ideas here? Like play against the weakened king? For example, takes. I'm fully aware of what the engine says right now. I'm just trying to understand what might be in Erdomush's mind.
He's
And-
calculating all of it.
Maybe there's something here like takes, and but
Bishop
what?
g5.
There's a check, and you're going to drop another pawn on b2.
The pawns are dropping. Okay. So what else if not e5?
Maybe knight b5. That's what he wants.
Knight b5, pawn takes. We take on f6. Knight f6.
This actually looks something interesting because otherwise, what else do you do? So he's reaching.
He is going for a move.
No, he didn't do this.
He played
Okay.
bishop e3.
Okay, but then it's very clear that black has no problems here. Like I was thinking maybe he wanted to spice up things with e5, c takes on d4, immediately responded by Aronian, bishop takes on d4, followed by some quiet move as a bishop c5 here. Like this looks so safe for black. You need to watch out for the e5 push, but it's not happening, is it? Like e5 right now, I don't think it's happening because of takes, and intermezzo move queen b6.
Yeah, big pin.
Big pin.
Pawn is
take
hanging.
Pawn e5. So you can't do this. I think bishop c5 is going to happen. And now again, this queen on b3. Yeah, like that's what I said. I don't like it here. It doesn't do anything. It should have been on e2 instead. So maybe you take it, play some a4, queen b6, knight f2. Maybe he wants to go here. But still, I mean, just a simple shot castle black is. Like, I just showed some random moves that make sense.
And bishop c5 is on the board, so we might see the continuation which leads to this line. So bishop c5, very logical move. And the take on c5 looks logical as well, or do you have something else in the position? Because you can just play maybe even like king h1, stepping away. And my idea is that
Maybe.
there is no longer any kind of pin in
The
the
king
position.
h1 is reasonable. You walk away from the pin. I was more also thinking, why not knight f2? Close the pin, bring the knight to the game, unless you have some still dreams about some big attack, which
Hopefully.
I don't believe it myself. Like, there's no helper for the knight. Like, okay, I'm kind of worried about your weakened dark squares. Knight f2 would kind of cover it. So queen b6. Takes,
take.
knight c5.
And now
Queen
queen
b4.
is weird on b3. Yeah.
Maybe he still wants to keep the queen and the knight so that there's potentially some kings at attack. Actually, yeah, why not? Keep the knight on h3, but like, I probably would be thinking I already want to consolidate my position, put the knight at f2, protect some weaknesses. Let's say queen b6, and play like this, knight e2. Just acknowledge, okay, I didn't get anything from the opening.
But 32 minutes now for yes versus 1 hour and almost 20 minutes for Levon Aronian. I mean, in this position with 15 moves played. So it means yes has to play 25 more moves in this position to reach the next time control, to get the 30 seconds increment, to get half an hour on the clock. Because right now, dear viewers, they are not having any increment. So the time control is 2 hours for each player until the move 40. And only from move 41, they're getting 30 seconds increment and half an hour on the clock.
Yeah, that's spot on. But how do you even pose any problems? No, I think it's we simply assume that here black is perfectly safe. Look at the time advantage, of course. I think that Aronian right now is cruising towards a peaceful outcome. For him, it's the perfect result because the other game, it finished in a draw. And I think that basically if Aronian finishes this game in a draw, he is almost like a winner of the tournament because he has the 4-point lead and he goes into the final round. He plays against Suleimanli, the closest follower, and he's with white. So I don't know what would have to happen for Aronian to lose with white, having such a major lead. So for him, this might be like a clincher maybe of the tournament, because he's incredibly solid, and here the young Turkish player is unable to cause any problems for him.
Yeah, Arthurs, I mean, you're completely right. As we have seen, Arthurs Levon has been dominating so far Grandmaster Triathlon in rapid, in blitz. In classical, he is being solid. So far, 100% of the game finished in a draw. But other time controls, he is dominating that he has played so far. And well, if he's going to continue his streak of the draws today and tomorrow, he will be a winner. There's still a chance for someone to stop him, but it will be very tough. And by the way, we have knight f2 on the boards, what you were mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, everything started with this queen b3. Like, I think I was right.
Yeah.
So we would have this position a couple of moves before where Aronian attacked the queen on b5. Let me once again show this right now, this moment right here, where he was attacked with the queen b5. I think this was the right move. Queen e2, be closer to the king side. And if black would play a6, then e4, this already feels a bit different, because now you could play some d5 stuff. The queen is in the right place. I don't know what he saw in this position. Maybe he was thinking about these ideas of knight g5, knight f7, but around here he realized it doesn't work, and here the Armenian superstar, he just was super accurate. We already see the engine slightly prefers black, but to be honest, it's just so rock solid here that I wouldn't be surprised that this game is going to follow the trend that we're seeing today in the master section.
Yeah, and Levon is going to take some time to respond here. Dear viewers, we have still 2 games ongoing in Grandmaster Triathlon. The first game finished in a draw, but here will be decided, is Yes going to have a chance to stop the leader Levon Aronian, or will Marco Materia with Tong Xiao will manage to score another lead to get up against Václav Finek? We'll find out after the break, so see you in a bit.
Yeah, I think the format is great. It's great. You can play all the time formats and it comes together. It's something special you don't have at every tournament. I understand my opponents are all like almost around 2700, so I understand everybody is really strong. Maybe I have a bit more experience, but of course they are a bit younger and maybe have a bit more energy. It's always great when you have like a big playing venue where everything is combined, like you can see all the players, and I think it's nice that you have all that combined, so people can play their own games, watch the other tournaments. As we know, this is 59th edition already, so yeah, it has a very long tradition. I would love to come back and play again.
And we are back live from Biel, Vienna for the 59th International Biel Chess Festival. Grandmaster Triathlon is the heart of the tournament. We have Masters and Challengers Generation, the final stage, round 2 happening right now, where it's going to be decided who is going to take on the lead, because currently Levon and Václav Finek, they are leading in both of the sections, but still Levon's game is on, and yes, has another chance to score a victory, although the game looks pretty balanced. But Tong Shao against Marco Materia, there have been some updates there, and Marco is looking great.
Yeah, Rook B8, Bishop E3 was included, but the structure of the position has not really changed. There's a lot of tension. We also saw Avronian just played Queen B6, which kind of applies some pressure against this bishop on d4. But you know, one thing Angelika was thinking about during the break.
Which
I
one?
saw Levon was thinking there very, very hard, and I tried to figure out what is it on his sweater right there.
Let's
What's
zoom
that?
in.
What's that?
Let's zoom in and try to see what is
What's,
there.
what's that?
As we know, Levon is one of the most fashionable, stylish chess players, alongside someone like Richard Rapport. We also have Alireza Firouzja. Every time wearing something stylish, every time surprising us. And
There
look
you
at
go.
this.
Thank you, Levon. Really appreciate it. Okay, what is that? This is the statue in Brazil? Was it?
I guess so.
No?
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. I have
Because
no idea what it is.
isn't statue in Brazil the Jesus one?
Yeah. That statue, the large statue.
The larger,
Jesus statue,
the
yeah?
Jesus statue, but I don't think it looks like
No.
Jesus. It looks like some woman.
Does anybody know from yours or from the chat what is this?
Yeah, we have to see a bit closer. Yeah, what is it? Are those hangs? Are those? And it's also not the statue, you know, like which symbolizes justice, right? When you have on the one hand the.
Okay. Thank you, Beck.
Okay, thank
He's
you so
really-
much. Yeah.
He's really zooming
Very
in
helpful.
Very close. Well,
So
I don't
if
know what it
anyone has
is.
an idea, yeah, we're for sure going to ask Levon after the
no,
game.
we could ask the chat. Yeah. So, dear chat, in case you recognize what Levon is wearing there, we would really appreciate you would give us some thoughts about the matter.
This is so far the biggest puzzle that we have on
Yeah,
this
because
board.
the position is really peaceful right now. Yeah, so we're wondering about what Levon is wearing right there. Because in terms of the position, I think there's no issues.
Mm-hmm.
And Erdomus is, again, spending a lot of time. And look at the clock difference. Like, it's what, 40 minutes? And what, he has no active ideas here. Bishop takes, okay.
Okay, trading the bishops makes a lot of sense. But 27 minutes, Arthur. 27 minutes for 23 moves. So it's going to be a bit more than 1 minute per each move for yes.
Well, I think Black has many great choices. Something capture on c5. Knight c5 kind of makes sense. But there could be some issues with some future a4. The queen on b6 is unprotected. I'm thinking queen takes. Cannot be a big mistake. Like, it stops any a4. There's going to be b4. It slows down e5. Let's say rook c1, castles, knight e2, queen b6. Looks really good to me. Like, again, I see no problems with this. And then there's also rook c5, which also probably is just fine. Because everything is protected. There's no knight a4. The queen is protected. a4, you could even maybe take it. Unless I'm missing something. So
And
what was thinking?
as we were mentioning, Levon is not in trouble anymore. He has a choice, because if here there would be the only one move, he would immediately play it. But here he has a choice. And he maybe can apply pressure. By the way, one of the replies that we get in the chat, Mother Armenia statue, I mean, looking at the head, you know, and how it looks in the hairstyle, it looks similar, but the statue has some sword. There are no sword there. Not
Memorial
lyrical.
of Mother Armenia. Really?
Do you have such memorial? Oh, we have in Ukraine, by
No,
the way.
I don't know what it is, but I would not be surprised. Yeah, like, I don't know.
We have the name of it in Ukraine. It's like motherland. So,
Okay.
and yeah, it's also wearing
Some
a sword.
kind of a statue, yeah?
Yes. Some kind of. I mean, it looks similar, but the Mother Armenia statue has a sword. We don't see a sword there. There is no sword. But maybe other viewers recognize.
Well, mystery solved. Thank you.
But still not sure if it's it.
No?
Not sure.
Okay. We're going to ask Levon
We will.
what it is.
Maybe it's a modified Mother Armenia statue. But okay, what are we looking here? Okay, you were mentioning rook c5 is possible, queen c5 is possible. Is knight c5 is also an opportunity?
Yeah, like, I don't think there's even a big difference between the moves. The only thing is, like, I can imagine black having some small issues after queen b4 with a4. That's the only thing. But even, I don't know if this is an issue, like castles, a4, rook b8. Is this an issue? Like, maybe there's some pressure against this pawn, takes. Maybe. Black drops the pawn on b5. Like, I think that you want to play knight c5, you want to blitz it out, but you kind of see there could be some issues. I think queen c5 is a very easy move here. It doesn't really spoil anything. It avoids any a4 stuff. And like, this sequence is more or less forcing, I think. And again, knight d2, queen b6, looks very easy. So maybe Levon is right now trying to get a bit ambitious here. Like,
Arturs, let's leave Levon for time to think with what he's going to recapture, because we see their captures make a lot of sense. There is slight difference. But the other game where there have been some updates is Tong Shao against Marco Materia, where we do have some change in the pawn structure. So you're mentioning rook went to b8, bishop e3, and pawn takes finally on f4. We were discussing very similar lines, very similar with this knight to e5, targeting the knight on c4, attacking the pawn on c3. I have a feeling that black is feeling more and more comfortable with each time we are revisiting this game.
but there was this line we discussed, and I think like we had the engine on, and I think the engine in a very similar position was suggesting some bishop takes on e5. Bishop e5, and if you would take with a pawn or the bishop, let's say you take with the bishop, takes on d6. But clearly not here, because the difference is, I think I should show you this line again. Yeah, right here. I think we discussed it instead of rook a3. So this was the top engine recommendation, bishop e3, takes, and knight e5. The only difference is rook a3 and rook b8.
Included.
Yeah, or not included here. And here the engine would recommend to take it. If you take with the bishop, takes, d6, and you see now this rook is under attack. Even, like, I would have thought that this position is still very unclear. And if you take with the pawn, I think it was, let me again check with the engine, a5. I think I didn't show this line, yeah. So a5, b5,
Knight b6.
knight b6, d6, d7, it kind of makes sense. And now we're having this position. So it's rook a3, rook b8 included, bishop e3, takes, knight e5, and engine doesn't like it anymore. Why? Because the rook is no longer on a8.
There will be no longer this idea of queen d5 coming in there with targeting the queen, the king, and the rook.
And also a5, b5, knight b6 is not coming with a tempo.
Yeah, so the position changed quite a lot.
So takes. This no longer is strong because the rook is not under attack.
And here black has an extra tempo to block the pawn.
And that's the difference,
Wow.
actually.
Okay.
So one tempo difference, it makes quite a big difference in the very end. Not very surprising.
Yeah, queen on d6. Just stopping the pawn.
And if you don't go there, What do you do?
But can you somehow include d6? So for example, let's say take. Now, yeah, now, or first a5, b5, and then d6. So take, a5, b5, and d6 here. Ah, that there is a check? No, there is no
This is
check.
a very logical question. There is, I think you're dropping a pawn, potentially check here, and bishop. I don't know, like bishop d8.
Queen d5, queen c5 maybe is possible.
No, queen c5, you drop the pawn, like even rook
yeah,
b6,
probably.
yeah? Queen e5.
Queen e5, yeah.
Takes. No, but this actually looks pretty okay for white. Like you keep the pawn on d6, maybe
There
some
could-
queen c5.
There could be even bishop g4 now. Bishop g4 attacking the pawn on f5.
No, you check.
Oh, yeah,
Have a check,
of course.
yeah.
I
But,
forgot about the king.
Yeah. It's still quite weird. But the good thing is the position is about to normalize, and we might get some answers soon. I mean, if white doesn't do this, so what do you do? The knight is under attack. The other idea, knight e3 makes no sense. I mean, this pawn is protected. So it's got to be, or maybe with this. Otherwise, queen is blocking it. Yeah, so d6, queen c6. Maybe he's looking at something like this and trying to figure out. Yeah, but this rook on a3.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's not really there where it's supposed to be.
I think that white is toying with fire here. Like, I find white's position to be quite difficult to play. Like, we had the same situation yesterday when Erdomus was playing against Suleimanli. Engine was saying it's a draw. But we had a feeling that if somebody can play for the win, it's definitely Suleimanli. And then he got the better position. And here I also have a feeling that, I think there was a move, by the way. No moves, yeah.
95 was the last move.
I have a feeling that the Chinese player here might get in trouble, even though he's a bit ahead on the clock, like extra 10 minutes, but his position doesn't spell harmony to me.
And also look at his body language, how he's seated there thinking about the move. Maybe he realized that something doesn't quite work out as he wanted to, hiding behind his shirt. So you can see. Okay, not anymore. Trying to find the best move in the position. Will he take on e5? I think that's a big question. And with which piece, if he might take?
Queen b3, to make the rook on a3 feel even more weird. Maybe this.
No.
I mean, you protect the knight, see what happens. I mean, maybe this is an idea. You want to take it and play d6.
I don't know. I don't want to have queen on b3. It looks a bit weird.
I agree. But what else?
What about? Well, okay, take. That's the only.
Take with what?
I'm just thinking, what are the candidates' moves? So either taking with a knight or as a bishop, and defending the knight. Only queen d3 is possible, right?
I think that black's going to take with e5 with the pawn anyway, not with the bishop. Like you take with the knight or you take with the bishop. I think black's going to take with the pawn.
Yeah, I liked more the bishop takes c5 line
Okay.
because it's not coming with a tempo. Yeah, now here probably d6.
Okay. Like this. And now a5. Because I want to play bishop e6. I want to play rook d8. I want to kill the knight. I want to take the pawn.
I think we had the position similar starting with a5. Probably we have to play instead of d6 a5. What do you think? So not d6, but a5. So we had similar position. And after b5, now d6.
Yeah, but we talked about this. Wait, this was the line
Yes,
we actually...
we liked it, yeah?
Yeah, queen a7, knight b6, and we're not sure what to make of this.
Bishop d8 and then queen d5.
Okay, but let's say I don't play bishop d8. I just play bishop e6.
Now bishop d8 is a threat, so
Yeah.
it looks very logical. Do I want to sacrifice c4? Maybe
For what?
to open the rook, which was closed the whole
I
time.
understand. Yeah, but But then what?
It's pretty tough.
I don't like
Pretty
this for
tough.
white.
By the way, we have a decision. Ah,
What is it?
we have a suggestion to check to check what is on the T-shirt of Tong Xiao. Okay, but I think here we can read Adidas. I think with the big letters is written. Okay, now he's hiding, not showing us. I read there was Adidas something. Did you notice what was on his T-shirt?
Oh, just Adidas.
Adidas and something in yellow. Show us, please.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. I mean, if we can't have fun with the games, we're going to have fun with the T-shirts.
Can I? Do you read the last word in yellow there? Stripes?
I can't read it.
Stripes. Stripes.
Yeah, it's very hard to operate with this camera. So we have this amazing camera that our producer can operate. Like you could give commands, so the camera is actually upstairs on the second floor, and it follows the commands. He's giving it here downstairs. So it's
And the
quite a
players
bit of
hear it,
technology.
how it's moving. Zzz, zzz, zzz. The camera is moving. The camera is zooming in.
The something.
Stripes. At the end is stripes.
The what stripes? 3 stripes. The 3 stripes. Adidas. Okay. I don't see the first word, but for the 3 stripes, maybe. I think pretty much it. There you go. Now we know. I'm not sure how it helps us really, but now we know.
Maybe it's some sign for Marco. But in the other game, we have a decision made up. Levon has decided with which piece to take on c5. So let's head there and see what was the decision.
And he takes with the rook.
He doesn't sacrifice the rook, but he takes with a rook. And do you have a feeling that taking with a rook feels more ambitious? Out of 3 choices?
I can understand the move. I think it makes sense. He wants to castle short side and just be one step closer to the double the rooks. What really puzzles is that Stockfish says that white again is slightly better. It's just unbelievable. So is it something with a4? So a4? No. So a4 I thought like castles, takes, black is super safe. It's not a4. So what is it? Okay.
What about?
Oh,
What about?
can I do this?
Yeah, I wanted to say. Okay.
It's a silly idea. I just saw this idea.
Yes, knight a4. I also saw this knight a4, but
You take with the rook, and that's it, yeah? You can't exploit it. You can't attack it. F4, you go back. No, it's not e5. Maybe it's just double the rooks or something. Can I just double the rooks? Rook d2. And rook d1. If the knight leaves, there's knight a4. And then I play rook c7, I have no issues anyway.
so it should be something really concrete here.
That's why I don't like evolution bars.
F4.
They really steer us in the wrong direction.
F4.
F4.
I want to play e5. I want to stick with the idea of e5. No.
Always
Very
some-
bad. Oh. Ah, wait, there is knight e4. Ah, no. Or rook c3, knight e4 or something. Or knight g4, I don't know. maybe knight g4. Maybe knight
Yeah,
G4.
sorry, just I
Yeah.
mean f4 doesn't seem to be like a threat. Like even castles e5, there's always knight g4, and this is probably not a good idea. There could be some issues with this.
Probably first taking on f2 and then...
Yeah.
But okay.
Okay, you're totally
It's
correct. Yeah. Knight
understandable.
f2, king f2, and rook c3.
And good game. Okay, so... And we have, by the way, a move. Rook d4, which marks as a mistake for white. By the way, yes, Erdogmush now is down 20 minutes on the clock. Has exactly 19:58 right now for 22 moves to be played. And last one was a mistake, putting another piece on this diagonal a7 g1, but at the same time it looks logical to double the rooks.
Also to take care of the b4 square. Wait, now I'm curious. So what was white supposed to do here?
Maybe knight d3 attacking the rook?
Not-
but then the
not
rook
knight
c3,
d3,
yes,
yeah.
rook c3,
There's a pin.
of course.
Okay, I'm gonna check. I give up. That's it. Oh wow. Oh wow, 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 wow. Rook c1. If you castle.
Ah, now knight a4
Now knight a4.
works. Because the rook c1 is not coming with a check. Rook on d1 is defended. And now if you take on b6 and then you take on c5. Wow.
Okay.
Wow, crazy, crazy.
Okay, yeah, like, I mean, we saw knight a4, but first you
Yes.
have to include rook c1. Okay, black doesn't have to blunder it. So let's say rook c1, black has to make some kind of a move.
But it was the only move, right,
No,
for
there's many
white.
moves. I mean, this
No, I
move.
mean for rook c1 it was the only move for white.
Right. So let's say you play queen c7. And now you have some ideas. Like, get to this pawn, play some b4, and if you play rook c7, again knight a4. Okay, it's very interesting actually. This move, rook c1, was missed apparently by both players. It's not like, it's not even a big deal. Like, according to an engine, rook c1 white is slightly better, closed equal. Black still can play the accurate move queen c7. For example, if you play queen a3, black plays queen b6, there's no progress. The position can repeat. Let's say white plays knight e2, castles, rook takes, knight takes, queen c3, and white is kind of pressing a bit, even though, to be honest, it's not nothing, yeah? But
it
it's
looks
very
pretty
funny that
even.
both of them missed it.
Yeah, everyone missed this interesting rook c1 move, offering knight a4 tactical idea here in the game, but the rook d4 looks also very logical. You want to double the rooks, you want to try to put pressure on the d file in this position, but we see that the computer doesn't like it for some reason. Maybe there is something concrete here. We see the evaluation bar shifted a little bit down, that Levon is feeling better, but to be honest, the position looks pretty close, pretty even. I think the only disadvantage that could be there is this diagonal g1 a7, which is a bit compromised. But by the way, we have moves coming very quickly: castle and rook d1.
I don't know what could be the problem for white here. Like, white's position feels pretty healthy to me. I mean, one thing is clear, black has no issues here. And is it knight e5? Oh, wait.
Oh,
too
knight
bad.
a4.
Again, I forgot about knight a4. Sorry.
It's always there.
Yeah, it's always there.
Watch out.
Okay, so this is a threat.
We have a move queen,
Queen
a7, stepping
a7.
away, and
Yeah.
also defending the knight on d7. Very smart.
Walking away from knight a4, defending the knight. No, wait. I think that there could be some problems for white, like, because if you get the knight to g6, or let's say you get the knight on e5 for starters, I could see white having some minor issues with those dark squares. The knight on f2 is really weird. It's not doing anything. So maybe white has to use this rook and play a4. It's just probably just equal. Like a4, probably you take it, rook a4, some sort of a rook b8, queen a3. These pawns most likely get traded. Although the bar says black is slightly better.
But I really don't like this a7 g1 diagonal for white. I really don't like there could be always some kind of tricks here. You cannot move boss, rook, and the knight from there. I would really love at some moment to have king on h1, not to have any kind of issues there. But of course, it's difficult. You have to step away with the king. You have to remove the knight. So it's a bit complex.
I think overall, like, so far, this is not the best game by Erdomas. Like, he's spending a lot of time. His position is not super impressive. This is move 19, by the way.
21 moves have to be played.
21 moves with 18 minutes and sort of some issues here with no active ideas.
And here we see some shaking already there. Soon we will see some jumping on the chair. Soon we will see the piano that he always playing, twirling of the pieces, showing his nerves to us.
And the final stage, Erdomas is struggling a bit because he had a rough start. I remember this. Like in the Chess 960, in the Rapid tournament, he was trying to find his way in the rhythm. He's a big fighter. He wants to fight, and he was having a hard time at the very beginning. And then finally, we developed this feeling that he found the pace, right? His victory over Martinez, the last round of the Classical, then pretty good showing in the Blitz. He finished in the second place, scored second most amount of points. Like, he got within the striking distance. And then after the rest day, the game with White against Le Manly, where he didn't really get anything. And actually, in the end game, he could have even probably lost with White. And now this is the second game in a row he plays with White. And again, like, he's a bit struggling having any real chances for opening advantage, and maybe even worse. And perhaps already around this stage, Levon is thinking, hang on, like, he would be happy with a draw normally. If there was no rule to agree to a draw, you have to reach the move 40, Levon would have offered a draw already probably at some point, but now maybe he's thinking, I could just play for the win here.
Yeah, definitely. And Queen a7 is on the board. We see that Yaz is trying to figure out. He's already jumping from the chair. Look at him, by the way. He's shaking his head. Maybe some calculations are showing him that probably he didn't see something before. Do you feel like he is understanding that something is not that he's quite expected it?
I think he just feels his game is off today. Like, I totally can relate to this. And there could be a million reasons why the game is off. Like, you never know. Maybe you had a bad night's sleep, or your stomach is hurting, or whatever. There could be a million reasons why you're not performing the way you're performing. And he knows it, like, right now. I think he was like, come on, let's go, let's fight, right? But the time is ticking and the position is not what you wanted. When your opponent is rock solid, and maybe you start to suspect, wait a second, I'm worse, and then you have some ideas, what if I lose even this game? So, like, maybe you're fighting with yourself at this stage. You try to motivate yourself. You try to remember what your coach would tell you here. Come on, focus, calculate, etc. Have a plan, etc. But the brain is not responding. I'm like speaking from my own perspective.
But Arduous, we have seen, yes, in many time controls. We have seen him playing chess 960 in rapid time control. He has seen some rapid classical, like standard chess, classical, rapid, blitz. But constantly what we see here at the Biel Chess Festival, yes, is getting in the time pressure. He's getting in time trouble from early on, like he spends a lot of time in the openings. And this is pretty much a normal situation for him. Do you think it's where he's getting his intuition switched on, and less calculating? Or do you think it's still kind of a problem for him that he's trying to stop being into the big time trouble?
I have no idea what he can calculate here, to be honest. Like, the position is pretty closed. He needs a plan, and I don't think he has it here. What kind of plan does he have? King's an attack? It's already too late for that. Okay, a4, maybe just go for the draw. Like, if it doesn't work, you try to liquidate, try to trade off some pawns, maybe hope that the opponent is not yet very ambitious here. Because for tournament situation, Ronian is happy with a draw, I think. If, again, there was no rule that you can agree to a draw offer, if Erdomas would offer a draw right here, I think Levon just agree immediately right here. There's no need for him to play. Like, he pretty much secures his victory in the tournament, still having the 4-point lead. But the longer the game progresses, the better the chance that Aronian is getting ambitious. So a4, okay. I think that Aronian is going to take it. Take on a4.
And we're going to have some trades.
Yeah, have some counterplay. Like maybe let's pull up the analysis board. We very briefly touched this position. I think it was like this. Maybe queen a4 actually makes more sense. You're hitting the knight, yeah? Like
Knight
this.
is under attack.
Yeah, some rook d7. I'm going to play knight e5. And you try to eliminate this pawn.
You can also have knight d3, don't you?
Are
Or you
you
have to
not
watch out
afraid of
knight
the-
c4.
Are you not
Or
afraid of the pin?
rook c4 probably here after knight d3.
Yeah, there's some
Rook c4, wow.
some problems. No, I think this knight
Okay.
has to stay here for a long time. I just want to trade some pieces. That's like here. Trade. You take this pawn, I'm going to take this pawn. No ambitions here, just to trade.
Your ambition is to trade.
Yeah, but what else? I don't know what he can else do in this position. Just try to survive, do not lose.
And what is in Levon's head right now? How he can try to stop it? Is there a way for him not to trade, or is he forced to trade on
Maybe
on
a5,
a4?
keep some tension. Like,
Okay.
I think we might get our answer around here, like maybe even here. So if Levon plays takes, knight e5, rook d6, and let's say he plays queen b7, we have our answer. It immediately becomes clear he's happy with a draw. Because there might be, I don't know what might be here, let's say some sort of, how do you do it actually? Some trade. You can't even take on b2, there's some fork.
There is knight a4 again. What is this knight a4 always coming?
Some weird knight a4. Yeah.
Is there some queen? No.
No, you're losing the exchange. Yeah, you
Oh.
can't. How it's not winning for white, I don't understand. So maybe not this. But I also don't see him keeping the pawn on b5, because if he plays like rook b8, takes, it feels that this pawn is a
Target.
liability, a target. But I'm assuming probably.
And if we go to the back to the line which analyzed, we have some suggestion from big rook d6, knight c4.
And which line here?
So takes, queen takes.
Queen b7? This one?
Yeah, and there was rook d6, right?
No, wait. Sorry, where was this? No.
Knight e5,
Knight e5, sorry. Yes. The knight is under attack. Knight e5, rook d6.
knight c4 here.
Oh,
Knight is jumping.
takes.
Queen b7, yeah, looks.
That's a fork. It's also very
Knight
complicated.
is jumping with a fork.
Way too complicated. Yeah, but something like this would signal that black is pretty happy with a peaceful outcome. Because I think if he's ambitious, he wants to keep at least one pawn on the board at the queen side. Knight d5.
Okay, so pawn takes on b5 looks very logical. Now pawn takes. Now big question is, can you take on b5 here? What will happen? Knight b5. Is there queen b6 or what do you play?
Wait, but I think it answers. Sorry, yeah, knight b5. Sorry, I
Knight b5,
interrupted
queen
you.
b6.
Knight b5, queen b6. I think he answers the question that he is ambitious here. That Levon senses blood.
He senses the blood because of the time situation. 13 minutes right now for the Turkish superstar, for 19 more moves to be played.
Because you don't play knight e5 to make a draw. I think you play knight e5 to try to do something in this game. Because I think that also, if you go back here, like a4, it signals that it's like, okay, let's try to liquidate this. You know, trade those pawns. Aronian spent here, how much was it? Like 4 minutes. He played knight e5, and he's thinking, maybe I have some chances here. You know, more than a draw.
And if Levon wins this game today, it means he is becoming the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters champion with round to spare. If he gets those 4 points today, because Suleiman Lee, 22.5 points today, he gets 1.5 points, he will not be able to reach him.
Yeah, by the way, for the viewers, in case you're wondering why we're talking about Avronian winning this, etc., because the relation bars like equal and everything, but it's just the way the game has been ongoing. Erdomus just hasn't found his space in this game, and he is spending incredible amounts of time. And also Ronin's playing just lighter chess, and it feels like his last move is sending a signal to his young opponent that he's here to wrap up things. And I think also for Levon, like this will be a great result because he did fantastically in the actually the time controls. He won the rapid tournament 9 points out of 10. It's just I don't know what was the rating performance, probably like 2900 something. So 9 points out of 10. Then he won the Blitz event 8.5 points out of 10. But in the classical section so far in the first 6 games he played 6 draws. So why not use the opportunity here to play for the win? Because as he confessed here when he was in the commentary studio several days ago, he said, I'm essentially a chess tourist, you know, maybe a very high-rated chess tourist, but he won a couple of freestyle events last year, so he doesn't really need to worry about the usual stuff, you know, how to make something for a living, and he's just enjoying here, so why not figure it out if he can win this?
And looking back to the yesterday's game of Yes against Aydin, we saw in the endgame Yes was struggling so much, and there he dodged a bullet in the endgame, and he was so close to getting the worse and even losing position. I think it was a miracle yesterday that Yes didn't lose that game, because Aydin had the clear chances to convert the advantage in the endgame. But after, you know, a few games which are happening like this, yesterday getting such position, today getting lower on the clock with the 10 minutes right now against 54 for Levon, I have a feeling it has not a good trend now in this for his play.
Mm-hmm. I'm also looking at this and I'm thinking, is he considering rook b4? And the way Aronik has played it, he's going to sack the pawn.
And he's reaching for a king, I think. He's going to play king h1.
Or king f1. Or g3.
King f1.
Oh wait, g3 drops the pawn. I can't lose.
I felt like he was reaching the king. Look at his hand. He's
I
reaching
don't
the
like
king a
his
few
position.
times. He plays king h1. It's on the board. But if you play king h1, don't you play it a few moves earlier before you commit to this knight f2? Because I have a feeling this knight on f2 now is very loose. Look at it. Knight on f2. If the rook steps away, suddenly the queen is targeting the knight. You have to be very careful now in this position, not to blunder.
Of course, it's very clear he's on the defensive here. You know, so Erdomus is not even thinking about the pawn on b5. And I think that we can also step back here and try to understand what was wrong with rook b4, because I would have thought that it was a good idea for white to eliminate this pawn, to play rook b4, but apparently not. So first thing, knight b5 doesn't work because of queen b6. You have rook b4, and I think it's rook b8. No, not rook b8. Maybe knight c6, actually.
Knight c6, yeah.
Yeah, knight c6. It's just everything is under attack. You're losing something. The rook leaves. You drop the knight. Okay, this part is clear. So what about rook b4? I was trying to understand this position. I have a feeling I'm missing some tactic. Like I could, of course, switch on the engine, but I would love to use the brain.
Some tactic, tick-tack, tick-tack.
Is there some knight c6, knight e4 stuff? Rook d4, some back rank? No, rook d4, it doesn't work. Takes. No, it doesn't work. Like, I was looking at this here, maybe there's some tactics with knight d4, rook d4, some background, but no, it doesn't work, yeah. So.
Is there some knight g4? And then there...
You can always defend the knight, yeah? Like knight g4, takes. You could always go here.
Yeah, just defend it. Okay.
Maybe just sacrifice the pawn.
But the question is how to sacrifice. We need to find some really good-looking move.
So Ronin is still thinking after king h1, so we have some time, yeah? So we can have some fun. Maybe go
What
for...
about knight c4?
Yeah, but knight b5. I hit the queen, I take the knight.
Doesn't work.
Let's think. Let's think for a while.
Okay.
Just a second. So for whatever reason it was not played. Maybe just a simple rook b8? Could it be? Could it be that...
Just defending the pawn,
Yeah, and knight c6 is a threat.
and computer likes it.
Not computer, but evaluation bar. Which is something we kind of discussed.
Just in a different move order, so you cannot really take the pawn, and as you were mentioning, knight c6 is a threat now in the position.
Okay,
So we figured out.
we figured it out. Yeah, so the pawn was taboo, and that's why he plays king h1. He wants to play knight e3. He wants to defend. Oh, but there's so many opportunities for Rodion here. I mean, he can go for knight c6, but again, the knight here is really beautiful. He can try to maybe activate this knight, h4, knight h5, knight f4. He can try to bring this rook into the game. Maybe rook b8 and b4.
Yeah, there are many ideas now for black. How are you going to proceed? The knight on c2 is on f2 is always hanging. You have to watch out for it. You cannot freely move with your rook because, for example, let's say you play something like rook d6 in this position, like rook d6, rook c3 is already a threat. So yeah, you have to watch out.
We could try to. I mean, I kind of don't want to do this because one thing I'm taught is never retract well positioned pieces. And the knight to d5 is essentially one of the strongest pieces for black, but I get your point. Like, maybe it's very concrete, yeah? So here, probably white has to defend the knight in some way. And maybe you can play for some space. But again, like, I don't know if this is such a good idea. I kind of like the knight on e5. Oh, producer is suggesting g5.
G5, G4, let's go. I'd love to see it, to be honest. Fire on the board. But looking at the clock situation of, yes, 10 minutes only for the next 18 moves, I mean, this would ask many questions to him, and he has to calculate a lot of lines.
I think the g5 could be a thing when you're really concerned about f4. And here, I think f4 is not a threat. And g5 would also make sense if you really want to play g4, but with the queens on the board are highly adopted. So let's not completely disregard the move g5. Maybe in some endgame, when the queens are off the board, secure the knight to e5, but somehow I don't think this is the right moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look so to me as well.
Okay, what else? What else?
So we were discussing about this, just bringing the rook.
You know, bring the rook to the game. Makes perfect sense. But I think that also what I would probably do, I'm thinking, okay, I'm trying to imagine myself from Aronian's perspective. Am I winning?
In this
No.
beautiful shirt?
Yeah.
In the stylish shirt?
Like, am I winning? No. Am I much better? Probably no. Am I slightly better? Maybe equal. I don't know. What you can always do when you don't know what to do? Improve the pieces, right? So you can always improve your pieces. So I'm thinking, what about this knight? It doesn't do anything. Like, this is the silliest piece I have on the board. Why don't I give it a new square? So that's why h4.
h4, knight h5, knight f4, or
Yeah.
knight g3 even sacrificing.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah, actually, queen e7. You might drop the queen. And you could have some funny ideas here. I kind of like h4. It's a very, against this pawn structure, g2, f3, e4, in some Sicilians, like in Sicilian Pulsar and Sicilian Khan, which is one of my expert areas, is that in the typical Sicilian Khan, we have pawn on e6, a6, b5. There's typically the dogs with bishop, and if white set up this English attack against a hedgehog, also h5, h4 is a very effective idea. So you would have like a bishop here on this long diagonal, try to operate these squares. Also knight g6, try to dominate these squares. It's a very common idea. I mean, it's not your typical Sicilian Khan, but you can't deny to see some similarities at the king side.
Yeah, that's so interesting because here I think Yes would prefer to have pawns on f2 and e3 instead of f3 and e4, opening up this long diagonal, and now this pawns on f3 and g2 are target. Yeah, you have to watch out for this h4.
But
idea.
again, if you play h4, you have to make sure the pawn on b5 is not under attack, which I don't think it is. You have to pay attention to the opponent's last move, which was king h1 with what idea? To walk away from the pin. So maybe white wants to liquidate the pieces with knight e3. Like, there's no longer the pin. Probably black has to... Probably? Take? And is this the right move? Oh wait, there also could be room for h3 at the right time.
Yeah, h3 and
Takes and try to
rook
dominate this
h5,
square. Eventually, yeah. Rook h5, some sort of...
queen f2,
Ooh,
rook h5, queen f2, let's go.
ooh, I didn't see this move. This actually looks problematic for for white.
And queen is on b3 again. Queen is on b3, not participating in, but now rook h3, f3 is a bit weak.
It could be like this.
And now maybe at some moment even g6, king g7, rook h8.
Yeah, those are really good ideas. So here, white has a shadow pawn structure. We might see something like this. I kind of like it. I mean, improve the knight. No, he plays knight c6. I liked h4.
Wait a second, what is happening now? Ah, rook c3, queen c3, and queen f2, knight on c6 is hanging. So it doesn't really work.
What does he want? b4?
Maybe rook g. No.
Maybe e5, knight e4? What does he want? I mean, knight c6 is a nice move. We are considering this, but...
Maybe now h4, bringing the rook somewhere to...
Yeah, but then you have to keep the knight on e5 for that, I think.
Yeah. Looks logical.
Let's see. I mean, I think rook d2 was played very quickly by Erdomus, and we might get our answer very quickly, because hardly the Turkish player's move was a surprise to Levon. No, Levon, don't you dare to play knight e5 here.
You think he will play knight e5 to repeat? No.
No, I don't think so, because I think then white can definitely take the pawn here and play knight e4. I've seen all kinds of weird repetitions in my life. I don't think this is one of them.
No, he is definitely ambitious here with 44 minutes on the clock against 10 minutes for the next 17 moves, which have to be played by both of the players. And look also at body language of Levon. I feel he's in control. He knows he's in control right now in this position. He's trying to figure out how to continue, but maybe he wants to go with a g5, g4. I'm not sure.
Or we follow your idea again, this. Maybe you're right. Or maybe actually he'd remove the knight to play h4 and rook h5. Maybe that's the idea.
Yes. So he stepped away with a knight, and now rook is being brought to the king side.
But I can eat this pawn now. Oh, wait, can I?
Queen b6, knight d4. The problem now, queen is hanging on b6.
No, I mean, this feels quite safe.
Now rook b5.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know, knight c1, knight e4, like, no, this is just liquidating.
This is liquidating everything.
Yeah, so you are not ambitious playing like this. I mean, it's a bit surprising to see that he's thinking right now.
Yeah, because it's the most logical move in the position, rook d2. Stepping away, defending the knight on f2. Yeah.
Well, yeah, anyway, this game is heating up. I would have thought that this also is going to be one of the peaceful games of the round. Like we saw earlier, I didn't select Manley against Lemle, just going for a quick draw after the opening. There was no action today. The players were very happy with the draw. And I think also normally Aroni would not really mind a draw, but he's having this amazing position. He's trying to figure out what to do. And while he's trying to figure out what to do, I think we're also going to try to figure out what to do during the break.
Yeah, we're going to have a hydration break, FIFA World Cup finish, but we are still carrying on the tradition at the Biel Chess Festival. We're going to find out what is happening soon, because it feels like Levon is getting ambitious here. So dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action from Biel. Hello everyone, thanks everyone for tuning in. We are live from Biel, where the 59th International Biel Chess Festival is approaching the finishing line. We are right now at the round 2 of the final stage of Grandmaster Triathlon. 15 other events are also taking place, but we are focusing on the best of the blessed chess players which gathered here to play. We have already a result. The draw was played between Aydin Suleimanli against Lim Le, but we are focusing on these two games. Yezer Dogbush is taking on Levon Aronian. For Yes, it's tough situation with the clock right now, under 10 minutes. Levon is feeling like he's putting more and more pressure on the young Turkish superstar. But Tong Xiao against Marco Matera is the only game which is played in Generations Challenger. There we can see also some updates.
Yeah, and I think it also is a good idea that we head right there to that game and see what were the last moves that were played by both players in the last half an hour or so before we are focusing on the game of Aronian versus Domosh. So this is the current position. Let's try to first evaluate what are we seeing, and then of course we're going to step back and figure out if the choices they did were good or bad. But what do we make of this?
What I see, there is no longer a single pawn on the A file. A file is open for White's rook, which looks pretty good. But also at the same time, Black achieved this B5 move. So now Knight is under attack in the position. And some questions for White. Where to step backwards or to trade on E5? Well, there has been quite some updates, because usually we were discussing this position. There was opportunity of Knight jumping to B6 because of the pawn on A5. It's no longer there. So
there's that, but there's also the other thing is now this rook is pretty active here at A file, because we were discussing earlier, and I think we have to go back once again to this position right here. I would have thought that the rook on A3 is really weird. Yeah, it's not doing anything, and now a couple of moves later, it just controls the A file. So this was the position where we left it. The moves we did not see were Queen B3.
The move you suggested, by the way, this weird move, I said, like, looks so weird, but it's the only move defending the knight, and it looks logical if you want to defend.
What to do? Rook E8, Black takes over the E file. Rook A2, and King H8. Apparently this is a miss because, let me check the engine. Okay, I'm not sure that really matters at this stage. Some Knight F7. I don't know, like, what's even the idea of Knight F7? I don't understand it. Just to protect the pawn, maybe play G5 for 4. I mean, the Knight at E5 feels so great, so how could you retract such a knight? So, King H8 looks logical. Walk away from the potential X-ray. Here, Black play B5, takes, and this is how they got there, by the way. Knight takes on E5. Okay.
But Arthur, I'm a bit curious about this Knight F7. If we could try just to go, a bit deeper in the line, because we have a lot of time, right, at this stage.
Oh yeah.
So Knight F7. I'm just wondering, is there some kind of idea to push G5, attacking the bishop and B5, and somehow try to use the fact that Knight will not be able to play on go on the second rank because of the bishop? Like, that's my first impression of the move, but...
Well, I can definitely tell you this. I would never play this myself because it's illogical. Like, it goes against everything you're taught. Your most active piece is the Knight to D5, and you're retracting it for what reason? Like, you're saying this G5 F4, but...
No, not G5 F4, just G5 and B5. So I want to attack the bishop and the knight. I don't know in which order.
Right.
But my point is that after B5, knight could take on E5. So now we step backwards with the knight, but maybe we want to attack the knight on C4, knight steps away, and then we come back with the knight to E5. I don't know.
I have a feeling, what day is it today? Today's Wednesday. Yeah, it's way too sophisticated for me on this Wednesday. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, this knight F7, B5, then play knight E5. Yeah, we can have a look. Yeah,
let's try to suggest some move with white here. What would be logical?
So A5. I was thinking about A5 originally, but then I realized that after B takes and A5, you could have some problems with this pawn. Maybe you're still okay with this.
And now after bishop C3, there might be some rook C2 or rook C1.
Knight C6. I think that's the idea. Younger
So it
than I.
doesn't really work. Let's look at the b5, because ultimately it's our idea.
Well, you just take the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, now you can take it.
Yeah, probably.
So maybe it's simply an idea to attack the pawn, and now b4 is in trouble, and if b4 falls, then a5 is in trouble. So knight step back,
So to formulate,
b5 is a threat.
it's a threat, which... Yeah, it's a threat, yeah? Okay.
Okay, so let's try to find a way to defend. Well, first that I see, it's like some rook c2 defending the pawn on c3. That's the first move I see. Computer hates it. Well,
Looks pretty okay to me. Well, okay, let's try to carry out this idea. b5.
b5, so you take.
Knight a5.
Knight c6 is also a threat, by the way.
Let's say I play bishop d7. I know why this lot better. That's what I'm saying. Like none of this makes sense, to be honest, for me. Like I think this knight f7 is just a logical move. I can check the engine, of course. So why does it say it's good? So knight f7, rook c2. Oh, it is because of g5, bishop c1, and f4.
So it's still inclusion of this idea. No, because in this position I have a feeling that somehow everything is hanging together. So bishop is a bit loose on e2. Rook is defending it. Rook defends also the pawn on c3. Also bishop and queen are defending the knight. Knight is stepping, on the way in the pawn.
I have no argument about rook c2. I have argument about knight f7. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I totally understand your idea. You're trying to connect your pieces so that it makes sense. But nothing about this position makes sense really. So, like that's the typical computer Sicilian Sveshnikov to you, and whatever. Yeah, okay. So this knight f7 was an opportunity, but I would not really read too much into this because I think what Marko played is such a human move.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just walk away, play bishop d7. Now he played b5. Maybe what we could try to understand is why he didn't play b5 immediately. He didn't want to play b5 immediately because of takes, knight e5, d takes on e5. There's going to be discovered check. So to summarize the Frenchman's idea, he wanted to take on e5 with a pawn and make sure there's no discovered check. That's why he played king h8. So that after any capture on e5, he can safely take with a pawn. I think it's very human. And that's why knight f7, it doesn't even jump to your mind. So king h1, b5, takes. Oh. And now he doesn't take with a pawn. Okay.
And then he doesn't. We were expecting this. Yeah, we're always discussing that you would like to take with the pawn. And then potentially there could be even like f4, e4 ideas. Something he didn't like here. Rook a7.
Yeah, I mean, that's a threat. Like, I don't know how big of a threat it is, but he probably felt that bishop c5 with d6, with rook a7, his pawns are going nowhere.
Because the problem now, if we do any kind of move, let's say we do h6, rook a7, if you play rook b7, there is bishop b5, is it?
There could be such a thing.
Bishop
yeah.
b5 you cannot take because rook, or because queen on c7 is hanging, and yeah, too many rooks are hanging.
Yeah, could be like this. So, anyway, bishop e5, h3. That's the current position.
h3.
Oh, I think here black is really fine. So he can play at any time bishop d7, protect the pawn. White has some counterplay against this pawn, but the pawn majority here doesn't matter. h3 is a safe move, make a window for the king. Maybe if somebody's calling the shots, it's black. Let's say I could take it.
Rook e3.
Ooh.
Being active.
I mean, I want to play rook e3, but why don't I complete the development first? Just
Because I attack the pawn.
okay, you got it.
I see the pawn, I attack the pawn.
I'll play rook f3. Get him. Yeah, maybe. It's definitely a move. I try to bring more pieces in the game first, yeah, then play maybe rook e3. But I mean, it's probably somehow balanced, like takes, either your idea rook e3 or bishop d7, then rook e3. And I think that white is having some, okay, maybe these are not even problems. Because of more pawn islands, it's just equal probably. Bishop d7, by the way, was played.
Bishop d7, we have a very logical move. Your move, developing piece. Now rook e3 is a threat. Rook e3, rook s3, you have rook b to e8. So there is some threat in the position. How do you stop it?
Rook e3, rook e8. It kind of makes sense. Of course, you focus where you are the strongest, at the queen side.
Maybe rook f3, stopping rook e3, but then you still can double. You can play rook e5, rook b to e8.
But I think you have to play c4 here. Well, I mean, what do you do? Because the pawn on b5 cannot be conquered. You cannot do anything with the a file. You want to create a passed pawn, so you do your best. By the way, you also stop rook e3. So probably the capture could happen. And something like this could be.
With black, maybe not to capture on c4, but to play something like rook. I was thinking rook c8, rook e to c8 probably.
Here?
Rook e to c8, I don't know.
Give up the file?
But I have to defend the pawn on b5. I just don't want to give up the c file. Because my threat with the rook e to c8 is attacking the pawn on c4, and if you take, I take with the bishop.
But what about this pawn?
Ah, yeah. That's a miss.
Well,
let's not miss.
Well, anyway, this is looking pretty balanced. But by the way, we have some updates in the game of Erdomas against Levon Aronian because
let's head there.
Some things have changed. Let's go look.
And the queens have been exchanged. That's what I see. A lot of things, by the way, have been changed. But the only thing which is not being changed is the pawn on b4, which is still there. The pawn is still on b4. The rook is still on the a file. So even though the queens have been traded...
Let's show how it happened. So b4, knight e2, rook b8, queen e3.
And rook a5?
And h4. No,
I'm just wondering why did Levon go for the queen trade?
I don't like this. Like it's still probably equal, or even white has slightly better position according to engine. I don't think it matters, to be honest. But I had a feeling right here, we're discussing this, after king h1, that there was something here, no? We were looking at this h4, knight h5 idea, and I would have thought that you don't want to retract this knight on e5. It's such a beautiful knight. You improve your pieces. The knight on f6 is really great. So we're thinking h4, knight h5, maybe lift the queen, have some ideas here, queen g5, etc. And Levon went for knight c6, b4, knight e2, rook b8. Could it be that he underestimated small queen e3, which pins the queen, and he was not very happy about this, but no, I don't think he's ambitious anymore.
It doesn't look so. I mean, from the position right now, white is fully taking control over the d file. There is no longer the weakness of the king because the queens are off the board. Earlier there were always problems because queen was there for the black. There was always some kind of attack happening, but in this position we don't see issues. And by the way, Yes is the one who has more space advantage on the king side. Now he's also playing the h4, stopping kind of g4 business, also stopping h4. And now the knight on f6 is being restricted. Knight cannot go back to d7 as well. What does the knight do, by the way? How do you improve this piece?
I remember this. Like, yeah, there's this amazing feature by
Chess.com, yeah.
But what do you do with this knight? This is what starts to bother me. Like, we're looking at this position right here. Like, no, sorry, here. You know, you start to do something here, like you play h4, you play knight h5, you do some stuff here, you know? And it kind of makes sense because now you give your knight some squares, right?
Yes, it makes perfect sense. So we were discussing this. I think was it Big who suggested this h4 move? So would be a great way to continue the game.
Yeah, and then this knight is really ridiculous. It doesn't do anything because there's no h4, knight h5.
G6 was just played, right?
Yeah, okay. It's a window for the king, but I don't know how it really solves the problem of the knight. Like, you would love to get it to e5, but you can't. Like, this d7 square is contested, so maybe he's thinking some rook b7, knight e7, knight e5. Like, all of black's pieces are pretty well positioned, except of this silly knight here. That's why I wanted to go.
By the way, if you play something like knight e8, try to remaneuver it, then rook d7 is coming. So you cannot even try to remaneuver it. So knight e7, rook d7. Also, by the way, watch out for rook d6 right now. Rook d6 entering the position of the black. So black has to be a bit worried here about the position. Also the pawn on b4. Arturs, I have a question to you. I mean, it looks very nice. It's being advanced to b4. Potentially there could be on b2 a weakness, but maybe b4 itself can become a weakness.
That's what I'm also thinking about. I think Levon definitely misplayed this because he's suddenly very passive. And like I'm thinking, like even here, let's say I could play knight e4. Like knight e4, rook d4, something like this. This pawn is not the target. This pawn is a target because I can easily defend a pawn on b2. The knight is actually where it wants to be. Knight e3. Like, okay, maybe immediately playing knight e3 is not the best thing I can do because the knight on c6 is also not the brightest knight. So I could start with the pieces like maybe get this knight, like get it to g5 or get it to f4 and then play at the right moment this knight e4. But I have a feeling that here white could have some ideas, and it kind of brings some memories about their previous encounter in the classical tournament. Do you remember this endgame, which was the Catalan? Like Roni was playing with white, and the pawn structure actually was very similar. The endgame, they played it.
By the way, Yaz is under 5 minutes right now. Yaz is getting lower and lower on the clock. We have still 12 more moves to be played, so it means that he has less than half a minute on the clock. He removes the glasses. As we can see, he's playing now without the glasses on, fully focused. Can he see the board well?
Like
That's a question.
completely different person now. I don't recognize him.
He needs to
It's
put
like
on the
Clark
glasses.
Kent, remove the glasses,
Yes,
and
yes.
you can't recognize him.
Let's update. And, well, what did he play? Knight e3 is on the board.
All right.
Yeah, so he is asking some questions, but he's allowing this knight e7. That was a bit worried.
That's a miss. Yeah, he shouldn't have done that because this is what I think black was waiting for.
Wait a second.
Knight to
Knight
b5.
b4? Knight b4? What is happening? Is he allowing pawns being eliminated and going for the draw?
You just found another beautiful draw.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Congratulations and celebrations, but not for us, yeah?
Well,
Okay, let's go back to the live position because I think he's about to play a move. Will he take the pawn? I mean, I hope he's going to continue the game, but I have a feeling he's reaching for b4. Looking at his body language, he's reaching for taking on b4, and he's doing
he
it.
takes the pawn on b4.
Oh
Such
my
an
God.
amazing move. Knight takes on b4. Now the question is Aronian going to find the only move here? Rook takes on b4. He finds it. It's on the board here. Rook takes on d7. This
And-
rook is going to disappear. This rook is going to take this rook. Now this rook is going to be gone. Black's going to take the pawn on b2. That's going to be a draw.
And rook a to b7 was played, or it was your move? Please,
I think I'm just
No?
having too much fun here.
yeah, I think you hit accidentally too many pieces. So of course we're going to see probably either take on d7 or take on b2. We're angry.
It doesn't work, actually. Why doesn't it work? It's weird.
Maybe on Annalise's board. Maybe let's go to Annalise's board. Let's play some move.
Like this, yeah?
And now? No.
No, it doesn't work.
The position is too solid. The position is so solid you cannot even, slam the table.
Oh, well, there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is that we get a lot of pieces off the board, and also that the Domushes get in the next time control. The bad news is that this game is about to wrap up. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of excitement.
Rook takes b2. We see trade of the rooks on a7. There are 4 against 4 on the king side. And, well, the only question is, are we going to see the 40th move, or we'll see some kind of a repetition here?
I think
Rook d7.
No, and I think knight e4, knight b5, knight b5, rook b5.
But you can also play rook d7. That's what I'm saying. Rook d7, rook
that's even
e2,
better.
rook a7.
That's very clean, very professional. Rook takes
As
to
we
b2.
see the high-level chess being played out. But on a serious note, of course, we might say, oh, draw, it's not the most exciting results, but at the same time, it means that all players have been playing on the very highest level throughout the whole game. No one blundered, and we're most likely going to see a repetition.
Yeah, so they don't
Here.
really need to get the move 40.
King h1.
There you go.
Check.
That's how you get it. And it's going to be a draw, ladies and gentlemen. I think that the Ronian had some chances in this game, but he did not really figure out how to get it. And then Erdomosh was all about saving this game. He was not really getting ambitious. But to be honest, I think that he did miss a small minor opportunity. Like he allowed the Ronian to play knight e7. Here you see a Ronian calling the arbiter. He said, we're going to agree to a draw right here. Well, we're good, we're good.
Yeah, threefold repetition. Of course, you cannot agree yet on a draw because it's move 20. Which one? 27? Is
37,
it?
but
37.
it's a
threefold
threefold
repetition, of course.
But I would like to again pull this analysis board where the players are discussing what could have been, what could not have been. I think here, right here, after h4 g6, I think that Erdomosh could have played it on a bit. Because you see, Black has these problems with this knight on f6. It's not going anywhere. So I don't know what he was supposed to do. Knight h3, knight g5, king g1, or king h2, king g3. Black cannot solve the problem of this knight. But this one small misstep, knight e3, allowed Black to play knight e7.
But
now
Arthur,
this knight is here.
the time, I think he was considering to play on. But the time situation, he was down 4 minutes for a few more moves precisely that he had to play. I'm not sure, maybe that was something that stopped him to continue the game?
When had this stopped Erdomosh to play for the win? I don't really know. But yeah, I think he was just mainly not feeling it, really, today. Like, he realized he's not feeling the game, and at some point he just realized, okay, I just want to make a draw. And he did it.
And I absolutely love these moments after the game. Players are smiling, trying to analyze, see where someone went wrong. And for Levon, by the way, regarding the tournament standing, for Levon right now, it's a very good result because now he's extending his lead. And at this moment, we officially can say it, neither Limle nor Yes can stop him and get the first place. It's only about Aydin Süleymanli, who, by the way, is going to face Levon tomorrow. So there's going to be a battle for Levon to try to survive there.
All right. Yeah, but we have one more game.
One more game is still ongoing.
And we have this one
Let's
game
go there.
in the Challengers where it looks very balanced.
So we again have queens off the board. While we were sticking to the game of Yes and Levon, the queens have disappeared. And we see right now there is some... Okay, you are saying it's balanced, but imbalances in terms of the pawn structure is a 3 against 2 on the king side, and there is an extra pawn on the queen side for white. This b4, which is being fully blocked at this moment.
G5.
Yeah, Marco is trying to do something on the king side.
Whatever it is. Like, maybe he just makes a window for the king, because the king was in the corner. So instead of g6, why don't I play g5, gain a bit more space?
I want to bring the king to e5, king g7, king f6, king e5. You have to watch out for rook a7, by the way, but I think it will not work.
Let me try to
execute
some move.
Okay, you're being ambitious.
I don't know what I am here, but I think
Rook.
I'm going to find some draw right now.
Or rook e2.
Rook e2, yeah.
Rook d7.
Probably activate this rook. Oh, it's better for white, actually. That's a mystery to me.
By the way, we have a move, but it was not yours. It was king
No.
h2.
Okay, sorry.
No, of course not. No, sorry.
Okay, you
Maybe
still
your
want-
line was more interesting. Let's look. Let's look.
I mean, I don't know. This move is kind of forcing things. Like I don't think that black can tolerate this rook on the 7th rank, but it also feels that black is not risking anything.
Because here maybe rook b2 instead of rook c8.
Rook b2.
Because after takes, now you take on b4,
Yeah,
and this should be easily drawn.
that's a draw.
Okay. So what's another choice?
So
King h2 was played.
king h2.
The idea is that there are no longer any checks on e1, but the same side, where does your king go?
Maybe he wants to play some bishop d3, target this pawn, or he waits that black gonna play king g7 because now I'm gonna play rook a7. Which comes with some check on d7. And this
So maybe rook e7 you have to play?
yeah, it creates some pin. Even though even this is looking okay. I think that he's still playing for the win because also look at the clock situation. White is up ahead. 13 minutes versus 5.
And by the way, 9 more moves have to be played for the players.
This could
At
be
this
a
moment.
bit exciting. Rook e3. Nice solid move.
Rook e3, bringing the rook there. Potentially doubling. Also rook b3, by the way, is a threat in the position. Rook b3, I want to take the pawn on b4.
I love it. What do you do with this bishop so that rook a7 becomes a threat? You need to place it somewhere.
Or
Bishop
bishop
f3?
f3, but you
Yeah.
have to
Or
watch out
bishop
also
d3.
for g4.
Oh, there's also this g4, g3 idea, by the way. So if you do this, I might play g4, g3, and try to create some checkmate web around your king. I love this move. Rook e3, it's a very nice move. So maybe bishop f3.
So some questions now for Chinese Grandmaster. How to respond?
And now rook a7 is an issue.
Rook a7 is a threat.
Probably some bishop b5. Since you took away the bishop from this diagonal, let's say rook a7, takes.
You always want to trade.
Yes,
You're looking the exchanges.
I found a lot of trades.
But what about after bishop f3 if we play g4 immediately? So in case you go for this. So rook e3, bishop f3,
But
right?
it's protected, right? By the rook?
There is nothing, yeah, there.
No, I mean, I'm just going to take it, the free pawn. Like g4, I just take it.
Then let's go. No, we can go h5. I wanted to play h5, but
Here, yeah? After bishop f3, h5, I just take it.
yeah, you just take it. It's all defended.
I think it looks reasonable.
Chinese Grandmaster is still taking time. Dear viewers, 11 minutes right now for the next 9 moves. For Marco Materia, situation is twice less time on the clock, 5 minutes only. The players are not getting increment till the move 40 and not getting extra half an hour on the clock. They have 2 hours for the first 40 moves without an increment. By the way, this is around the moment where Marco could stop writing down the moves because according to the rules, if you have 5 minutes, I mean less than 5 minutes, you are allowed not to write down your moves if you don't have an increment. If you have 30 seconds increment, you must always
Really?
write down the moves.
There's this rule.
Yes.
I didn't know. I mean, the last time I used this rule was like 25 years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
Yes.
you remember those times, right? We were playing chess without increment with these old Soviet clocks, yeah, like
White,
this
this
Yantar.
white, yeah. Like,
Yeah. These white Soviet clocks, and there was obviously no increment. And when you were getting to the time scramble, your flag would fall. You would have to like circle the amount of moves. You make it to move 40. You would just blitz it out. You wouldn't have to write it down. And then after you would reach the next time country, you would ask the score sheet for the opponent. You would write it down. Yes, this brings up the memories.
some nostalgia.
Nostalgia indeed, yeah.
But we've seen, I think, in quite some of the games here at the Biel Chess Festival, when the players reach the time control, when they were not writing down, after that time, it is the arbiter who is writing down the moves, and then he's giving the score sheet, he or she, and the players are writing down. By the way, Rook A7, as you're mentioning, is played one move later, but are we going to see Rook E2?
Absolutely.
100%.
100%. I think that this move is like, okay, let's call it a day.
Because you don't even have any bishop moves, right? In this position,
No.
where do you step away with the bishop?
Okay, maybe bishop e8 technically is a move, but can you really tolerate such a rook on the 7th rank?
No, not
I
sure.
don't think so. I think this is going to happen. Takes,
And
takes,
here, Rook B2.
and rook b2. This is your line. Am I missing
Yeah, we-
something? I don't think so. Maybe, wait, I could try to double the rooks on the 7th rank.
Ah. Okay, we have Rook E2 on the board. By the way, Rook takes on E7 right now. This is the live position. The
So,
moves incoming very quickly.
I think that this also answers the question if Mateo is happy with the draw. Yes, he's happy with the draw. Otherwise, he would have tried something else, and here there's not much he can do. The pawn on d6 is under attack.
Maybe Rook B6 could be an idea to
Let's go
stop.
for rook c4.
Yeah, after you play this G5 move, you're entering some kind of ideas.
So I'm going to kill all of your excitement right here.
Oh no. No. We have F4 on the board. Rook
What?
E4 was not played. What's happening?
f4.
F4, F3 is a threat right now. If you take on D6, I'm going to go after your G2 square. Marco Materi is finding some interesting idea here in the position. Rook D6, F3, watch out for the G2 pawn.
Well, okay, that I didn't expect.
Yeah, this is absolutely coming out of nowhere. By the way, 3 minutes, 45 seconds now for Marco, 9 minutes for Tong Xiao, still in control of his clock.
Okay, so let's bring up the analysis board and try to figure out, because I think it's still ending the same. But let's say I take the pawn. It's a free pawn. You play
F3,
f3, I play rook g4.
Rook G4. Now we're trading
What I'm missing? What I'm missing?
F2,
f2? Rook f6, right?
Rook F8, Rook F8,
Ooh.
Rook F8, F2, F1. You cannot stop the pawn.
Actually, you
Wow.
can miss that. You can miss that with a little time.
Oh my God,
Wait,
crazy.
wait.
Okay.
This is getting spicy. So f4, rook d6, f3.
Rook F6 is a must. You have to stop Rook F8
You mean here?
Rook
this move?
F6.
I don't know why it's a must.
because Rook F8 otherwise is coming. How
What
do you
about
stop?
king g3?
Okay, maybe King G3 is also a move.
It's also a move. Yeah. So f2. Now there's going to be rook f6, and if you take with the rook, I take it here. If you take it, I go back. And then probably it's somehow. Yeah, but suddenly it's a bit spicy. So I thought, I was very convinced, the way they played it out, there's going to be rook e4. Like rook e4, just attack the rook, takes, rook d6, takes, here,
No, we know why, Artur. Because you want to kill excitement, but the players
I'm sorry.
want to keep excitement on the board for us. And that's why we love the players. And not you. Joking. I love you.
Thank you. Thank you. So f3, yeah? Yeah, because like, you know, let me explain why. Why I have this thought process. Because like we saw today 2 games. Like not a huge fight. Like there was, like Aronian had some chances. It fizzled out. I didn't just, immediately kill the game immediately. And then you also have this only game which was spicy. And then suddenly everything trades. So you get the impression that it's going to be, you know, a peaceful outcome. So I expect fully rook e4, and suddenly like something changes, like f4 happens. So that's why it's a bit unexpected But still, I still think that the game is finishing the way it's going to finish. But there's this trap. Rook d6, f3, king g3 is super accurate. So here you see Tonsha is calculating right now. Is he taking the pawn on d6? Or there's an easier move? I think also king g1 should be perfectly fine here.
Yeah, stopping all the ideas.
Just a second.
But the king just went from
There
G1
could be
to
some
F2.
background issues. With here, f3, could be some issues.
You have to watch out.
So let's say you go here, I play rook a8, you play rook d6, I play f3, and I give you a back rank mate.
So if you want to stop f3 forever, you can play rook f7. Like rook f7 is a move that you're stopping this f3 idea. It will not happen.
What about rook a8, rook a2?
You also have rook c4, rook c8.
Which move?
Rook f7, rook a8, rook c4, rook c8. So your rook cannot get away from the 8th rank.
These are very valid ideas. Yes, I think there's like 5 ways for white to play this, and probably 1 way to misplay this.
We have suggestion rook c4, f3, rook c7, but I have a feeling it's more playing for a draw, because then you're going to get all the checks.
Yeah, I think like this is totally correct. Like rook c4, f3, this looks interesting for some perpetual. Is there perpetual? I'm not sure. I kind of personally like myself to liquidate pawns, like takes, f3, king g3. Maybe this is a bit too complicated. Also after rook d6, what about rook a8?
And we're going to have a move. Rook c4 is on the board. Rook c4.
And somebody shouted in excitement. To me.
Yeah, so it was suggestion by
Among
our
viewers.
producer. So the move of Big was played. He's extremely
I don't-
happy. Let's clap for Big. Big
Rook
excitement.
c4, f3. All right.
f3.
Again, here I think rook c to c7 is good. Also king g3 should be pretty decent.
The idea rook c7, there is no longer rook f8 trap because it will be made in 2. Rook f8, f2 are no longer possible in this position.
Rook takes on g2 probably is going to happen.
Rook takes on g2, rook a8. Are we going to see it?
Yeah.
Rook takes g2,
Takes here.
rook a8, checkmate strat, so you have to keep on giving checks.
I know you start to give a lot of checks.
Wait, potentially you could also go into the single rook endgame. So rook check and now rook h8.
But there's no way you're ambitious there, yeah. With such a pawn
Yeah.
monster, you're never ambitious.
Let's
here.
follow the live board. We see king h1 is on the board, so rook g2 was just taken.
I predict this game is going to finish in a draw.
You have already predicted a few times. Well,
It feels like it. Well, who could have thought? Yeah, like, yeah, yesterday was a quiet day. Today was a quiet day. I don't know. Maybe the players are a bit tired, and you know, I can't really blame them. They're doing their best. They're trying their best, but sometimes that's how things just happen at the professional level. Like, and I think here Marco was definitely going for risks. He went for the Sicilian Sveshnikov. There's going to be now a perpetual check, by the way.
yeah, you cannot allow
So-
the checkmate on a1.
And also Tonsha, he tried, right? He went for some weird stuff with rook h3, whatever, and it was very unbalanced. But ultimately, these things sometimes just happen, and that's
Check.
professional chess to you.
Rook g7, king h8 has to keep on giving checks, otherwise it's a checkmate. He is giving checks now.
Tonsha does not look very happy, though.
Yeah,
does
he
he
is
now?
not. But Artus, to be honest, like even though we are going to have so many peaceful results today, it prepares us for a showdown tomorrow because we'll only find out tomorrow who is the winner, and that's why I love it.
Yeah,
So-
by the way, king h8 I think is the only move. Otherwise, if you play king f8, there could be rook f7, rook f3, and white is still
Yeah.
having some ideas. They're
Not
officially
allowed.
reaching move 41. You don't need a threefold repetition.
You
at
can
this
agree on a
stage.
draw.
Yeah, just draw.
Handshake. We have a draw between Tong Xiao against Marco Materia. Tong Xiao is getting 1.5 points now. With that, he's still in the reach for the first place because tomorrow he's going to face Matlafinek. Let's pull up the results from today's round. Another peaceful day, as we can see. But as I was saying, I'm really happy that it was this way rather than Marco Materia winning, because if Marco wins, there is no more chances for Xiaotong. But with this, for tomorrow, there is going to be a chance for Xiaotong to take over Václav Finek in the Generations Challenge. The same counts for the Masters. Aydin Süleymanli will take on Levon Aronian. If he wins, he can still win the tournament. Arturs, what's your opinion?
I suppose we're going to see tomorrow, because these are the current standings. All draws so far in the final stage, which maybe is a bit disappointing for the viewers, but yeah, these things just happen. As you can see, Aronian is in a very solid lead. Tomorrow, he's going to play with a white color against Süleymanli. Big question there.
With white, because he had 2 black.
Yeah, if Süleymanli is going to take risks, I suppose we are going to see. Yeah, and then of course also this matchup tomorrow in the Challengers tournament. So nothing is yet fully decided. Aronian and Finek look really good to clinch the tournament titles, but you never know.
Definitely, all is going to be found out tomorrow, and for the final round of the Grandmaster Triathlon final stage. And I absolutely love it, because Arturs, I remember last year we knew already the winner slightly before, I think. Was it in the Challenger group?
Could
or
be,
it
yeah,
was
like
2 years ago. Yeah, I remember that Salih at some moment was winning completely, you know, in insane fashion. But now it's a perfect opportunity for us, you know, to have tomorrow the ultimate showdown. And, you know, Arturs, how can you summarize today's day? Because I think it was pretty peaceful, but still there were some impressive ideas.
It was very peaceful today. It was
Too peaceful.
really peaceful today. It was even more peaceful than yesterday. Like, I thought that yesterday was peaceful, today was even more peaceful than that. And I'm hoping that tomorrow there's going to be some action. So we're going to see. Yeah. So definitely there were some attempts, but that's the result we have. And the viewers are hoping.
These are the pairings for tomorrow.
Pairings, yeah?
For
So
the
Finek
final
versus
round.
Xiaotong.
Final round pairings for the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Václav against Xiaotong. Look at the points, because if we see in the Masters, 24 points for Aydin Süleymanli against Levon Aronian. So if he wins, he's getting 4 points. He will have exactly the same amount of points but by Levon Aronian, but Aydin Süleymanli performed better in chess 960. He will be the winner of Grandmaster Triathlon Masters. You remember the first event that he played, and that's why the format is so interesting, because you always have to look back how they played against each other in chess 960. But for Generations Challenge, I think it's more fixed here, because if Xiaotong wins, he's getting 4 points. He will have 1 extra point over Václav Finek, and of course for Václav, draw is enough.
There's a small issue, however, yeah, and I suppose we're going to talk about it a bit more tomorrow, that both of them are playing with a black color. Yeah, so it's really hard. It's really hard. I mean, I've been in this situation many times myself. When you are in a tournament situation where you have to try to win with the black color, it's very difficult. So you need some kind of help from your opponent. But I suppose we're going to find it out tomorrow. So probably we have to call it a day today.
Absolutely. Dear viewers, we enjoyed today. It was a peaceful day, but it's all going to be decided tomorrow for the final round, number 3 of the final stage of Grandmaster Triathlon. We're going to see you tomorrow at the same place, at the same time, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Enjoy your evening. See you tomorrow.